Thorne. There we go. Now it's on. Good afternoon. My name is Glenna Heckathorne. I'm co-president of the League of Women Voters Midshore, and we are very pleased to be here today for a forum for not only the Cambridge City Council candidates, but also the candidates for Mayor of Cambridge. We're going to have 3 sessions today. At 1 o'clock, we will have the candidates for wards 1 and 3. At 3 o'clock, we'll have the mayoral panel. And at 4:30, we will have the candidates from Ward 2 and Ward 4. On behalf of the League, I want to welcome all of you today, and I'd like to introduce the candidates for the Cambridge City office. They are, to my left, Brett Summers, Laurel Atkins, and Gary Gordy. We also have a distinguished panel of moderators and questioners. They are Brian Anthony from The Spy, Jim Brady, news director for WHCP Radio, Jim Johnson, executive editor of the Star Democrat, and Sharon Smith from Cambridge Association of Neighborhoods. These sponsoring organizations pooled their questions for the candidates, and the person asking the questions isn't necessarily the author of the question. Before the forum began, but let me tell you something, we are missing one candidate from our panel today, and that is Frank Stout. We are going to also be missing candidates from the 4:30 panel. They are Jenna LeCompte and Dave Cannon, but we have a solution, and I'm going to read it from the horse's mouth. Those 3 won't be here, but WHCP will follow up with them to explore possibilities to have them discuss the questions you'll be hearing today. We offered an alternative video feed for them to participate, but they weren't able to do that. We do have an interesting with the mayoral forum. LaShawn Banks Foster is going to be traveling, so she is going to participate by video link. So we are going to be firmly in the 21st century. Just hang on to your hats. Okay. Before the forum began, the candidates drew numbers to determine the order that they'll do their opening remarks. Candidate number 1, Brett Summers, will do his opening remarks first, and then the first question will go to Laurel Atkins. The second question will go to Gary Gordy, and so on and so forth. Each candidate will have 1 minute, or 2 minutes to give an opening remark, and then 1 minute to answer each question. A timekeeper is going to keep track of the time by raising a yellow card, please, when there are green card when there are 30 seconds left, and then a red card when the time is run out. She may also give you a 10-second warning. Also, the ladies of the League, and you'll see them in the back, we thank them for being here today, are going to be passing out index cards. So if you have questions that you think we're not addressing, we want you to write those questions down and give them to our screeners. Please word your questions in a general way so that all candidates can answer. You shouldn't ask a candidate-specific question. The League will group your questions into categories of a similar nature and provide the moderators with representative questions to ask. Before we begin, I would like to ask our candidates for one more thing. I would like to use today's forum as a way to educate those of us who are listening. So I'm going to ask you if you would not just give us your answer, but give us some background so that we learn more from this forum. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brett Summers for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Glenna. I'm Brett Summers. I want to thank WHCP, League of Women Voters, and CAN for hosting the forum today. Look forward to the event. First of all, I want to touch on why I'm running. In January of 2023, I sold my ownership interest in a real estate development company I founded called Novo Development. I no longer found myself driving back and forth to DC, so I find myself more in Cambridge. I have more time to devote to Cambridge interest and more time. I'm working less. I looked around and I saw that a lot of issues our city was facing were real estate related, that my 39 years of real estate experience could possibly help find solutions and move things forward. Some of those issues are Cambridge Harbor, getting a new YMCA built, the Hearn building on Race Street, getting City Hall renovated and City Hall back into that building, and also finding ways to get better quality housing for our residents. So I'm basically ready to put my experience to work for Cambridge. What I want to do today, an opening statement, I want to give you a little more background information on myself, and in my closing statement, I'll give you kind of a summary of ideas I have, because I've tried to be a campaign of ideas. My background, I'm not from here. I'm originally from Columbia, South Carolina. I grew up there. Graduated high school and attended Duke University. I graduated there in 1985 with a degree in economics and public policy. And from there, I moved to Washington, D.C., where I got into the commercial real estate brokerage business. I worked for CBRE and Trammell Crow, two kind of national organizations in Northern Virginia. In 2000, I decided to move to start Novo Development. And from there, last year, I told you I sold my interest, and I'm now ready to devote my time and energy to serving Ward 1 residents as your commissioner. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here and for being involved and informed citizens in Cambridge. For those that don't know me, my name is Laurel Elizabeth Atkis. I'm 51. I'm a mother, a twin. I'm a Jew by faith and a friend by nature. I'm an artist with a degree from the Mayoral Institute in Baltimore. My mother was a biologist. My father was a real estate developer. I've been on the shore for more than half of my life and in Cambridge for a decade, and I've never felt more welcome and supported by a community than I do here, and I want to return that kindness. My life's experience has been in service of all sorts. I met a lot of people helping them shop for themselves or loved ones at Sunnyside, serving food or drinks at the Yacht Club, volunteering next to you at Ironman or at the Art Showcase downtown, raising money for the RFC Train Garden and showing off the little tiny things I build there. Whether I've been leading whitewater or flatwater paddling tours, planning and designing weddings and events, being your favorite bartender, I think I've spent my life connecting with people on a personal level and then cultivating those connections and those relationships. I work hard. I live in a small footprint that allows me to invest myself, my money, and my time in being a good public servant, in working with my family and being available to work on community groups and projects like that. In my 60 months in office since the last special election, it's been really challenging and inspiring, but extremely motivational. Working with the mayor, city council, staff, county council, MML, state delegates to learn how to become an effective, ethical, fair leader for all of you has been a real honor and a privilege. And I am asking for your vote on October 19th so I can continue my work with traffic and safety, with CWDI and Cambridge Harbor, with the youth programs and arts in the city, and to help the council realize those goals with improved housing, quality and affordability, attracting good investments and opportunities to the city, and really improving life for everyone, not just in Ward 1, but all of Cambridge. Thank you so much.
Hello, I'm Gary Gordy. I've been a resident here in Cambridge all my life. I was born and raised in the 3rd Ward. I got a house built 3 houses down from where I live at now. I have been in the 3rd Ward forever, and the 3rd Ward is the worst, basically the worst ward in Cambridge right now. And since I've been in the 3rd Ward, I understand the ins and the outs. I understand that the the crimes that's going on in the third ward. I understand that what we need to help with the crimes, just like last night, it was another shooting last night. Guy got shot in the back. I was out there at 2:30 in the morning. Last week, the same thing happened last week. And I came to realize, and other people, because I wasn't going to go this year far as running the election. I mean, far as running for city council. But when you have 15, 20 people keep asking you, you're going to run. And I'm like, yeah, but I know what happened last time. And they was like, go ahead and run. You could be a good candidate for the third ward. So I said, okay, I'll do that. I'll go ahead and do it. Because there's a lot of things that have to be done, especially in Ward 3, as far as dealing with our community, dealing with the crime that's going on, dealing with the our school district that's going on. Our kids really need help. I have solutions for that. So I just want to help the third ward community, not just for the crimes, but also to help with downtown, Main Street, the waterfront program, stuff like that. There's a lot of stuff that I want to see Cambridge go forward. That's it.
Okay, I'd like to ask, why should voters cast their ballot for you?
As I stated before, I got into the council in a special election last June, so I haven't been here very long, but I found the job to be extremely rewarding. My career path right now, guiding tours for Blackwater Adventures and helping do administrative work for a roofing company from home, really allows me the time, energy, and attention to really be available, to be present, and to respond to the requests, the meetings, the demands of the job. And as I said before, I really do enjoy being a public servant and helping the city realize the difficult tasks that we have ahead of us and help see it through.
Same question. Why voters? Well, like I said, I'm a lifelong resident of Cambridge. I'm a lifelong resident of Ward 3. I know every path and every swither in the city of Third Ward. If anybody that I can say that they can make things better in Third Ward is me. Far as dealing with the crimes, I want to make the city better. I want to make the city, far as the future of the city, new technology that's about that we don't have here. Let's make it happen.
I want to take this opportunity to reiterate the fact that my experience in real estate allows me to develop ideas I think are beneficial. I'm not going to come up with vague statements. And one of those ideas is for the city of Cambridge to hire a tenant advocate. I've been talking to residents and tenants, talked to Habitat for Humanity. We were out in a senior community yesterday talking to residents, and residents in Cambridge definitely don't feel like they have rights when it comes to landlords. And a tenant advocate needs to be hired by the city of Cambridge. That person would advocate on behalf of tenants. They would help the tenants understand their legal rights, housing code violations, and also help with any rental assistance. And I think that should be a full-time job. It's a major problem here, and I think it'll help address some of the substandard issues we have in our city.
Okay, the next question. Assess the performance of CWDI. If elected, would you keep CWDI the same, or what changes would you like to see?
With CWDI, we had 4 years. Well, we had longer than 4 years, but I remember dealing with the last election. We talked CWDI. We went out there to the airport and everything, and they showed us this beautiful layout and everything. And honestly, I haven't really seen anything really being done with CWDI. So my thoughts with CWDI, if I get elected, let's try to give CWDI at least 6 months to get everything together. If they can't, we have to figure something else out. I mean, I want to see Cambridge grow. I want to see the waterfront before I pass away. I know I'm 49 years old, as people over here that's, you know, a little older, and I know they want to see the waterfront grow before they pass on.
CWDI is the right structure for Cambridge Harbor. It combines all the ownership interests under one entity. You have 3 representatives from the city. You have an at-large member. You have 2 from the county. You have 1 from the state. My criticism of CWDI is one, that they're not doing taking the right efforts to market the site. As a commercial real estate broker back in the day, if you owned a piece of land, commercial land, you would hire a commercial real estate broker to market that site to potential developers. Commercial real estate brokers have a national network of brokers that are talking to developers day in, day out, and would identify potential candidates to come here and develop Cambridge Harbor. All they've done is request for expression of interest, and that was like 3 years ago. It's not an effective marketing strategy. Finally, the most important member of CWDI is the state representative, and the current representative is a leftover from the Hogan administration. I think we should look to find someone that's from the Westmore administration to replace that representative. Thank you.
One of the things I've actually been really lucky to work on closely in the time that I've been in office is on CWDI. I've been a part of the mediation team to help get through the litigation that we had in place. I've worked very recently quite hard with both county and CWDI representatives, and we've been able to put 2 new board members on the CWDI board in representation of the city. And that, I think, is a vital step towards moving forward. As Mr. Summers said, having the board seated with, properly educated, properly empowered, and properly experienced people is very important. So I'm really excited that we have that in place now, and we can look forward to a new RFP process where this is going to be pitched back out to look for new developers using some connections with some of these new board members. And we can look forward to having some very public conversations on what is going to happen next. And we can be sure that that is a tax revenue producing entity that supports the community vision and really moves the entire city forward in a very positive way. So I'm excited about that.
Okay, our next question goes to Brett Summers to start. What are your goals for your ward and for the city if you are elected?
Well, I have many. For Ward 1, I think one of the major issues there are nuisance properties and substandard housing. And so I would focus on being an advocate for those neighbors that are dealing with those problems. I've met with several people in our community in Ward 1, and this probably holds true throughout the city, that you have these properties with bad landlords, substandard housing. You have new people moving in. They're trying to own the homes, and they're not getting support from the city in dealing with all the issues they deal with, whether it be crime, noise, trash, whatever, from these nuisance properties. And I would be a major advocate. So that would be one of my major platforms.
I am once again at an advantage because I have been on the council for a year now, and I'm familiar with the goals that we actually have as a council right now. And a lot of that is the housing, addressing the housing throughout the city, not just how new developments are being built and burdening our infrastructure, but also how can we repair the blight, the 1,500 some vacant houses that are in the city. We have unhoused people looking for a place to live, and we have all these vacant houses. So we do have some really good programs in place. Our new housing department is set with home ownership works, with healthy housing programs and initiatives to really help bring things forward. And that is a goal for not just Ward 1, but for the entire city. As soon as we can bring up all these blighted neighborhoods, the entire city starts to rise a little higher as well.
My goals is, again, dealing with housing. Housing is a major issue right now for tenants and for landlords. We have people that think that they call them slumlords and whatnot, but landlords have mortgages and stuff also. My goal also is try to redevelop our main street, Ray Street, to make it a real downtown shopping area. And also, again, I'm real big on crime. So we really have to help our Cambridge Police Department as far as dealing with the crimes in the city.
Okay, for the next question, we'll start with Laurel Atkis. How do you plan to address economic growth for the city?
I think one thing that Cambridge lacks when you look at small cities across the country that have really flourished is a cohesive brand. You know, we are as a city relatively divided over a lot of issues. And until you can really come through in tourism marketing, which does spill over to businesses that are looking to invest in cities as well, until you can present a cohesive, well-packaged city with a good appearance and a good reputation, and business owners downtown that will tell you that they're happy to be there and that they're successful, and homeowners that will tell you that they're happy with their neighborhood and happy with their neighbors and the city's support. So it all goes hand in hand. We need to improve the housing, improve the education, improve youth activities, lower crime, and all of it comes together. Then we can, you know, find a common brand, find a way to market ourselves together, and start pushing through tourism magazines, all that. And you're going to see people that are going to want to come and invest.
Okay. Economic growth. I would work. Sorry. I will work with economic development real strong, real strong, to try to figure out what can we do to far as bringing jobs to our city. That's the main issue right now, is the jobs. So we can lower our tax brackets, house property taxes. They steady raising rental insurance. I mean insurance and everything that's dealing with the rentals. So I will really work with economic development, far as promotion, far as promoting our city. Try to get jobs in factories and stuff. At least one factory to come here to help out with the job situation. And then after that, we can probably lower our taxes.
Two points here. First, right now, Brandon Hessen, love him, but he is way overworked. He is our economic development director as well as our assistant city manager. I would make those separate positions and hire a separate economic development director. Second, Cambridge was built on oysters. That is something we have an economic advantage on. We have University of Maryland Horn Point here with all their research. I would focus on aquaculture as an economic driver for this city, this county. We're doing some of it with Watermen now with their aquaculture and farming of oysters. But to me, it's something that we have a advantage, and people love oysters and they spend a lot of money on them. Thanks.
Our school system is rated second worst in the state. Should the city find a way to get more involved in the school system? And if so, how?
Yes, I went to a few school board meetings. It's below. And me personally, again, I will try to work with the superintendent. I would actually, me personally, and this is what I suggested for the last superintendent at a board meeting, I would actually personally go into the school and for the troubled kids, have a talk with them, to have meetings with them once a week, just to try to change their mind on different things, like far as starting a business besides doing crimes, or what's going on with the homes and stuff like that. You have to, with kids, you have to talk to them a different way, especially African-American kids. You have to talk to them a different way than the average kid, especially because you don't know what's going on in their homes and stuff like that. So that's what, yeah, I will really work with the superintendent in the school system with that.
Difficult question, because the county administers I think it's 33% of their $75 million budget is for the school system. I think what we can do as a city is not necessarily step into that whole process. We have a school board, we have the county council. Let them continue work on those issues. I think we need to focus on things we can do to help our youth, help them focus on school, participate in after-school activities. One of the things I've found is that a lot of kids do not participate in after-school activities because they don't have transportation. And I talked to Lamont, who's spearheading our flag football program, and that's one of the big problems they have is getting people to and from events. So I think we need to focus on things we as a city can do. And for me, that's trying to develop some kind of rideshare program to help kids get back and forth to practice and events. And that's just one more component of helping them perhaps be better students in our schools.
I know that one of the issues that is discussed a lot amongst teachers and administrators as a problem with students is attendance. It's really hard to teach kids when they don't get to school. A lot of children in our community don't only not have a bedroom, they don't have a bed. A lot of these children live in homes that are filled with lead, with mold, with pests. So going back to talking about how we heal the city holistically, we have to provide better housing for our children so they can be healthy and they can get up and they can get to school because, we're talking about long-term results for how to see the city do better in the future. And that really is investing in the youth. Mr. Summers is absolutely correct about how we need to invest ourselves in those programs. And as a city and as residents of the city, showing up for these programs that we have, whether you're volunteering at the school to help read to the kids, whether you're showing up for the police Easter egg hunt down at Great Marsh Park. There are all kinds of events and programs across the city, and they do need the support of residents. So step up and get involved.
Okay, next question. Should a criminal record disqualify a person from serving as a commissioner or a mayor? And tell us why.
I would say no. If someone's been convicted of a crime and they've served their time, then I think they should have the right to get back into our society. I think that's part of the problem with our penal system and life in general. Me as a landlord, for a long time, people would use criminal records as a reason to disqualify people from being a tenant. And I think we just got to do more to help people get back into our society and our workforce and our culture, and not allowing them to serve in office would just be one more thing that would hold them back from moving forward in life.
We have seen a lot of justice reform kind of happening across the country and kind of changing how we look at things that were crimes previously, how we address handling, inmates and things. And we can agree that in the past, we have really treated a lot of criminals very poorly, and we have not really given them what they need to rehabilitate and recover and become a significant part of society. But everyone's voice is important. Every experience is important. And when you're talking about a city as diverse as ours, there are going to be people that have experienced rough things, that have made poor choices, and have moved on and are hopefully improving themselves. So I don't think that it should specifically exclude anyone. I think it's up to everyone to display their own merit, to show their own integrity, to show up and display how they're going to perform for you and serve you. And if something you did in the past can be quashed by what you plan to do now, then you move on with your head held high.
I wish I had about 5 minutes on this subject. I'm gonna let everybody know I have a criminal background. 20, 30 years ago, I used to be that person that's out there on Pine Street, hanging on Pine Street. I came to a decision over 20 years ago to live the right life, which people may call it. When you're young, you really don't, and you don't have a family influence, to really teach you from right or wrong or anything like that. I only got a second left, but criminal background should not reflect on who you are a year, 5 years later, 10 years later, you served your time, you paid your probation and all that type of stuff. You should be able to come back in society and do what you're supposed to do as a human being, because we all not perfect. God did not make us perfect.
Well, excuse me. Laura, we'll start the next question with you. What is the best form of government for Cambridge? City manager or strong mayor, and why?
My experience so far has only been with city manager, and I know that in the past few years we've kind of struggled with changing to city manager. And Cambridge has gone through quite a few struggles in the last few years of finding a steady and consistent leadership. We definitely are not getting as far forward as we hoped to after the last full election. You know, we've had to replace many seats and many people within the city. So I believe in what we have going now, and I really want to continue to see this work. I have a lot of faith in Glenn Steckman. It was exciting to be a part of bringing him on board. So I want to see this work, and I have faith in it, and I hope that everybody comes out and votes for who they believe can help us see this through in the strongest fashion.
I didn't actually meet the city manager, but I seen him. I heard him talk the other day at the Elks Home up on Pine Street, and I truly, the way he presented himself, I really truly believe he's here to stay. I really truly believe he can be the one that it was a good choice. I truly believe, and I believe he can actually help change the city around. So with the new or whoever get elected, as far as city council and mayor, I hope we all can, or they all can, really make this city better for the future.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. Sorry.
I've been pondering. I definitely like the city manager form of government, particularly for a small city, because we just don't have the staffing needed to kind of run the government day in, day out. And I think to have a city manager who has qualifications in administration, public administration, can be beneficial, just making sure things are run efficiently. You know, a mayor as an elected individual really can be more of the bully pulpit, can kind of lead on issues, and just find direction for the city that the city manager can then execute on. I also think that that also holds true for the city council, because city council is the one that passes statutes and legislation for the local government, and the city council should be the one setting the direction of the city along with the mayor, and then having the county or city manager execute. I think in recent history, the city manager perhaps exerted too much influence.
Okay. Next question, we'll start with Gary. How could code enforcement improve the overall housing quality in Cambridge?
Well, first we got to make sure everybody's qualified to, far as understand the codes. We have the code enforcement. I see them come around, and how we can improve it. They have to be qualified. Just like with the housing task force. If we develop a housing task force, they should be qualified, because you have to know how many inches, as far as 2x4s and all that type of stuff, how many, dealing with the electric sockets and everything. So I believe that we have a better housing task force and better everything. We should be better. We should be okay. I think we're going to be okay.
Well, code enforcement is critical to improving our housing stock. The issue is there's just a lot of properties out there, and I'm not sure we've had the staff to date to do all the inspections necessary. Proactive inspections are a good concept, but often difficult to implement. I go back to my comment earlier about hiring a tenant advocate and having that tenant advocate promote a tenants' bill of rights to empower the tenants to better advocate for themselves as a way to improve the housing stock. Because if the tenants feel like they can contact the city inspector and have them come out without fear of getting evicted or some other kind of retribution, then the tenants are empowered to improve our housing stock. And I think that's the best way to improve it faster.
This is another thing that the city has coming up that's really exciting. We implemented the OpenGov software, which is going to enable us to have all of our departments kind of communicating with each other, which is something we haven't had in the past, which is why it becomes so difficult to enforce things like code violations and things across the city. So, and we've also started citywide inspections. They have been going block by block and notifying things. Something that happens in the city is we get a lot of people that call and they're like, well, I got a notice, but my neighbor didn't. You don't know that. We don't notify you when we cite your neighbor. So we are making these efforts. We are amassing this data, and we are putting the programs and systems in place to be able to start enforcing. We did have a new code enforcement officer start just last week, and we're going to really start seeing some progress with all these things. We've invested money, we've invested time, and now we're going to invest the manpower, and we're going to start to see some results that I hope everybody's going to be really happy with.
As you know, Cambridge has embarked on major sewer repairs. Over the next 3 years, plans call for another $7 million to complete the projects. Will you be committed to funding the full list of upgrades planned by the city engineering department?
Repeat that last one.
Will you be committed to funding the full list of upgrades planned by the city engineering department?
And that's $7 million estimated. This relates to the plumbing, the drainage, stormwater repairs, sewage. Yeah. Okay. Well, certainly, particularly in Ward 1, that's a big problem with our sewer and drainage system backing up. I've seen more posts about what are we doing. There's a current project underway. I'm hoping that project addresses the issue. I have to say, I'm not. You can't just say yes, you're going to fund $7 million in improvements without understanding the city budget and your revenue opportunities. So I'd have to understand our budget better, what available resources we have. I'm not going to commit to something that we don't have the finances for. It's an important thing to get done. Hopefully, it doesn't come out of I would look more to maybe the EPA or state for resources as opposed to the city budget.
The West End Sewer Project is actually going along at a great pace. It was funded in part by the EPA and different state funding. We've also been using for that project and a few others DHCD funding that helps us, do these capital investment projects that we really couldn't handle on our own. As we show that we've effectively used one, we're able to access another. The West End Sewer Project, we were very happy to discover that after Ironman came through and those king tides, that was not brown water. That was just dirty river water. There was no sewage in that. And that was a huge accomplishment on our part. There are residents already seeing results from that project in their homes as well. So feeling very positive, and it's going forward at a really good pace. We already do have funding coming in for these next two phases. They are both vitally important to helping reduce the issues all across the city. The final stage out at Maple Dam is going to change everything for people out at Longboat and these new developments. So it is crucial that we find the funding, use the sources that we have, and then continue to maintain those connections.
Well, after what Laura just said, just messed me all up. I truly believe that if in Ward 1, any ward really, if you're paying taxes, why the city can't really find funding, which Laura said they got funding or they have funding and everything. And if you're paying taxes on anything, we want our tax money be worth it, besides just being wasted on crazy stuff. So I'm glad that the city council now that's dealing with that, making everything work out fine. And because I was going to say, let's find grants or whatever to try to make it work. We need the sorts. I was looking at documentary on it the other day about New York and the sewage, how the sewage was back in the 1700s, and we don't want to go through that. So, yes, I will help out.
Okay. Next question. What do you think are the key contributing elements to crime in Cambridge, and how do you plan to address them?
I actually had my 4th ride along with the department last night. I got off before the shooting. It happened really late, but I do take an opportunity to ride along with a different officer every season or so and really find out from their perspective, listen to different officers that work on different shifts, some that live here in the city, some that, travel and work in the city, and find out how things are going from their perspective. We are very happy to report that crime is down in the city, despite, hearing about the shooting last night, which was connected to the shooting that happened last week. Gun violence is down almost 50% what it was from last year. Our department has taken so many guns off the street that we just don't have what we were seeing in 22 and 23. So we are making progress. We need to be sure that we support our department. The officers need to be paid well. They need to have good equipment. They need to be retained. They need to have pride in the city, and then they can do their job effectively. But we are making the right steps. If we continue to work on the kids and the housing as a holistic, I think we're going to see results.
First of all, how we can stop crime, or not, I ain't gonna say stop, because crime is always gonna be there, but slow it down. We have to, in the hot spots, we need lighting, we need cameras, and I would like to have somebody have 24 hours, hire people for 24 hours out of a day to watch these monitors, to see what's going on, just like they do in Baltimore, New York, and all the rest of the cities. Because last night, the police got there so fast, but they couldn't see who it was. I mean, like in seconds. And so I believe that we have better lighting, more cameras, have somebody to monitor their cameras 24/7. They can reach out to the police department, because in the last 4 years, and I know you say stop, but in the last 4 years, we had 6, 7 murders in our community. We had a whole bunch of rapes. We had a whole bunch of sexual assaults.
One of the things our city's done is implemented the juvenile curfew. I do think that has been effective. I think the contributing factors to crime is there's just a lot of youth that are out on the streets when they probably shouldn't be, and idle, and bad things happen. There's too many guns out there. So, I mean, there's numerous things you could say that contribute to crime. Cambridge is no different than other cities, but I do think that's been an effective strategy that our city has taken, and I would advocate to continue that. Nothing good happens after 11 o'clock for a kid that's 15 or younger. So I met with Chief Todd. I think he's doing a lot of effective things to make our police force proactive using technology, et cetera. One thing he said that I think we need to relook at is we used to have a 25-step pay scale that was in line with other municipalities, and recently we moved to a city pay scale, and that's hurt our ability to recruit officers.
Gary, you get our next question. What do you see as the greatest threats and the greatest opportunities facing our city today?
Jobs. That's it. Jobs and crime. And we had jobs, our economic development can grow, our economy can grow, less people would do less crimes. So that's basically what it is.
You're supposed to talk longer. I've always, Cambridge is an interesting town. People move here from all over. It's a great place, great natural resources. We have beautiful historic structures. I like to focus on the positive of our city and what we can do to build on that, as opposed to maybe what the threats are. I've oftentimes felt like Cambridge needs its own PR program to convince people or promote to people this is a great place to live. People are always so down on our city and complaining. And I think someone made the analogy that if we're all a bunch of crabs and one crab's getting ready to escape out of the pot, the other people would pull them back in, the other crabs. And that's kind of Cambridge. And I just think we need to realize what a great place this is and perhaps promote that and make people realize this is a good place to live and think positive.
I think one of the biggest threats to Cambridge is us continuing to stand in our own way and not make the progress on these opportunities that we have, such as the waterfront development and things like that. I had 2 different officers say to me last night, and totally separate from each other, Cambridge could be the most amazing city on the shore if we would get out of our own way. It's 2 different officers. However, both of them have lived here their entire lives, and they're dedicated to this city, and many, many people here are, and that's our asset. The thing we have going for us is not just our location, but our people. And the threat to doing better is a lot of what Mr. Summers said, the people that are really down on the area and don't see the potential and don't recognize the beauty of the area. So, showing up and showing the beauty of the area and being proud of where you are and helping to spread that pride, I think is vital to moving forward and seeing us really progress the way we all want to.
Next question. What is your position on building a new YMCA at the Cambridge Harbor location and why?
I think that's a moot point. I've talked to board members of the Y. I don't think they want to go to the Cambridge Harbor site. I think they don't want to be in the middle of a community controversy. Therefore, I think moving forward, we need to work with Robbie Gill and the Y to make sure they build a new Y for Dorchester County. We need one like Chestertown, a 60,000 square foot, $25 million beautiful Y. Let's figure out where we do it. I was out of town when they had the meeting at the Y. I don't think it went well. I'm not sure how Robbie felt after that, but I think we need to give Robbie a little love and let's encourage the Y to build a new facility that we can all enjoy. And hopefully they'll add a few pickleball courts when they build that new facility as well.
It's unfortunate that the Y and their vision for a fabulous new state-of-the-art facility for Dorchester County got kind of muddied up in the arguments that revolved around CWDI and Cambridge Harbor, because we do deserve a facility like that. Our community could really thrive with a little more activity and a little more options to people. It's a very difficult conversation because while it definitely does not need to be at the waterfront, because we need to use that property for tax revenue producing and community oriented things like that. A facility like that in the neighborhood where the Y is now is also going to be an issue. So we do need to start over these conversations with Mr. Gill and with the YMCA to find a property that is suitable, not just to them and their vision, but to the city, and the community that the Y is designed to definitely serve in that vision.
Everybody loves something new. I don't think that the waterfront would be a good fit for the YMCA. I truly believe that the YMCA do need a new place to go, far as dealing with technology and all this new technology and stuff coming and new basketball courts and everything. So let's try to find, like Laura and Britt said, let's try to find some property. Let's figure it all out. Besides where the waterfront is at, no, I don't think that would be a good idea.
What is your position on spending $20 million on converting the Hearn building to low-cost housing?
I was lucky enough to have a conversation with Secretary Jake Day last month when we were at an event together. And it's definitely a difficult pill to swallow for a lot of people. But the conversation of what that building is going to be to get the state support that it needs to be renovated was closed in the last administration. When Secretary Holt was there, the deal was kind of struck about the requirements of the income constraints for that building to be able to proceed as is. They have made some, steps to meet us in the middle. They have reduced the number of units. They have found a management company that we actually can look at their work in the city and feel good about. So as unhappy as people might be with how this plan has played out, I think that when it's done and we have this new vital Main Street or, a director down, and we have this effort to really continue to beautify downtown, we're going to be happy that it's done.
I think it's I know a lot of people are gonna get mad at me. I ain't gonna say a lot, but there's a few people gonna get mad at me. Housing, it hurts to see the condition that people are living in right now. And I understand that Main Street and downtown Ray Street is a how can I put it? Should be for shopping areas and stuff like that, besides low income housing. But hey, we in Cambridge, I think that's a good idea. What's going on as far as what Laura just said. And I agree with Laura on that. Thank you.
The Hearn building is not an ideal use as planned. I think everyone across urban America has realized that you need mixed income development, not concentration of low or subsidized or affordable, whatever semantic term you want to use. I think the city had a prime opportunity under Brian Roach's leadership and the letter he drafted to Secretary Day to maybe redirect that project. Secretary Day inherited that project from Ken Holt, the prior secretary, and was open to perhaps changing what that development would be. Unfortunately, Brian did not receive support from the other city council members. That's partly one of the reasons I'm running. I think I understand the issues like Brian when it comes to proper development downtown. Unfortunately, it seems like that project's baked now. It's going to move forward. I think what we need to do that Tom Carroll is working on is have a community maintenance agreement structured with the owner to make sure long-term that property is maintained well.
Okay, next question. How would you help to improve relations among the different racial communities in Cambridge?
We have to, in the Bible, it said we have to just forget what happened about the past. We are in the 13,000. It's 13 residents or 13,000 people in the city. We all have to get together. We in one little town, and we cannot have a whole bunch of racial activities going on. I'm for everybody. I'm for whoever. If you have a good idea, I'm here to listen. I don't care if you white, black, yellow, green, whatever. If you have an idea, I'm sitting here listening to you. I want to talk to you about it. If it's a big thing about it, let's have a meeting about it. I'm here for whoever that want to make a change in Cambridge. Cambridge, I love it. And I'm for whoever really, truly want to make a change besides just wanting to be in power or have a say-so or whatever.
Cambridge, the city council certainly needs to embrace any plans that are made for celebrating diversity, whether it's race, gender, whatever it may be. I'm just amazed that we still have people that would harbor, prejudices against other people based on skin color or gender or whatever it may be. I don't know how you break that. It's not something the city council can do, but I do think it happens over time. It's almost generationally. I think every generation that comes along is a little bit more tolerant, and I think we just got to continue promoting policies that promote tolerance amongst our citizens. I'm not sure any one particular thing that I can point to, but we just got to keep making sure each new generation doesn't look at color or other issues.
I think the way that we celebrate our cultures is something special about the people in Cambridge, and seeing these separate celebrations start to become more inclusive and cover more territory, and not just the Hispanic heritage, not just Groove City, not just Taste of Cambridge, but more inclusive, spread out more around town. When we redrew the wards recently, and we took a good look at the demographics of the city, and the numbers are changing. We are a very, very rich and diverse city with not just the Black and white neighborhoods. We have a really rich Hispanic and Latin culture now. We have a really strong Asian presence in the city, and we really need to lean into that. The more inclusive we are, the more proud of each other we are, the more we look out for each other, the better results we're going to see with breaking down those barriers between us, and kind of healing the scars that a lot of people are still carrying around.
Brett gets the next question, or starts with the next question. What are your top 3 priorities if elected, and how do you plan to address them?
Top 3 priorities would be Cambridge Harbor, hiring a commercial real estate brokerage firm to market the site to developers. I would have the city hire a tenant advocate to help tenants in our city, as I mentioned earlier. And number 3, I would probably, I guess I call it youth investment. I mentioned it earlier, would be work on the idea of a youth rideshare program to help youth get back and forth to special events. So those would be probably my top 3 items. And again, I'm focused on action items, things that we can identify that we can do and look at the end of the year and say, hey, we accomplished that. So those would be my top 3 action items.
I would have to definitely just stay on track with the goals that the council, has already established, which very significantly includes housing across the city. Our, housing department, Gavin Wolford, has done some amazing work, and we've got some really amazing programs. We definitely need to support those, because better housing, produces better things all across the city. Also, bringing new investments and opportunities to downtown and creating a more vibrant downtown, and then the gateways into that downtown. That's something that is comprehensive and kind of goes all together, and links the city together and creates more of that unity that we're talking about we want to see. And then, beyond that, once again, the youth program. We've got to make sure that the kids are taken care of, provided. We've got to have safe opportunities for them. We've got to make sure that they have the ability to show up and learn and feel accepted and welcome in the city that they call home. It is very easy to look out the window and see people that don't look like you, but they're still part of our community, and we need to find a way to work together.
I know you said the top 3, but I have a lot of top 3s. And housing, the harbor, crime, jobs, training programs, and the school system. Those are the ones that's what I want to concentrate on, because the youth is going to end up paying my Social Security. So we have to look at that. So if we don't have no youth working like that, especially in our community, who's going to pay our Social Security or whatever like that? So those are the top priorities that I have, and I think that would make our community more better.
Well, we have a number of questions from the audience. And the first one, let's see, Laurel, are you next?
I'm not sure, is it me?
Yeah. All of you clearly are gifted and passionate about our city. If you are not elected, how will you show your commitment to stay involved and move our priorities forward?
I can actually say that most of the projects that I am involved in, besides my role as city commissioner, I got involved in before being elected. The art program that I do out at New Beginnings with some funding from the Art Center. I'm going to keep that up because I've already seen the beautiful results of what happens when you invest in our youth and spend time with them on a regular basis. Going to keep up with the RFC Train Garden. I'm going to still show up and park cars at Ironman every year. You're still going to see me out at the art showcase. I love Cambridge. I'm dedicated to the city, and I'm going to continue to be a part of everything that I can. Stay informed, stay included, and keep you all informed as well.
Can you repeat the question? Or was it another question?
Yeah, if you're not elected, how will you commit to stay involved and move the priorities forward in the city?
Well, continue doing what I'm already doing, talking to the youth, trying to get them to teach them to, there's more than just crime, more than just hanging around on the streets. Try to do better in our, still work in our community to try to get whoever's in city council to really start listening, listen to the residents in the community. And that's, you know, it's crazy because I'm not even a city council, and they calling me and I'm like, well, call whoever in your ward, talk to them. Why, you know, and that's how I talk to them. But they was like, well, you know what's going on, blah, blah. Well, you know, so I would continue doing what I'm doing right now.
Well, if I lose, my wife's probably going to have me washing dishes at Blackwater Bakery, so I hope I don't lose. But I got plenty of things to do here in Cambridge. I've been working passionately for the past 24 years to make Cambridge a better place. Renovated 5 buildings in downtown, brought 32 new apartments with 50 residents, bringing vitality. I've also, there's 7 new businesses downtown, probably employing about 100 people. I'm working on my next building, which is the Western Auto Building that I saved after the fire, and we're going to deliver 9 apartments there and 3 retail spaces. And I have plans to put an ice creamery into that building, fulfill my passion for ice cream. And then besides my business activities, I'm on the Christ Church vestry. I'm active at Christ Church, and I'm very active at Cambridge Main Street. So I'll continue on those passions. Thank you.
Okay, various proposals have been made to add either new staff or new programs in the city. How would you ensure these efforts do not increase the tax rate for our citizens? And would you eliminate other positions or programs?
It depends on the program that we're trying to, all depends on the program. If the program seems successful, let's cut something out that's not as successful. Let's cut a program out that overrides the new program. But hopefully we can use all programs, because we are in a position right now, we need everything that we can get, any program that we can get. If it's a 10,000 programs, we need them, because not just for us as an adults, but mainly for our kids and our kids' future. It's just like a program I would like to start, have a grant writing program for people that want grants. It's hard for people to try to find grants, so we should have something for dealing with grants and whatnot. So I'm for all programs, and we got to find the money to try to figure out where we can get, you know, money for the programs.
You know, the city's blessed with receiving good support from the state as well as federal. I do think, I've been talking about this tenant advocate position. I think the city has, I met with Ed Crosby, who's a community housing manager, and for the city of Cambridge. And there is this like $1.8, $1.9 million HUD grant to help housing issues here in Cambridge. I think some of those funds could be directed toward this tenant advocate position. Overall, though, when you talk about taxes for our citizens, I kind of pivot a little bit. I want to have a discussion with our county about perhaps an adjustment to the tax rate for Cambridge citizens. I don't know where they pulled the number. It's 92.67 cents per $100 of assessed value that city residents are charged. I don't think anyone's really tied that to the services that we receive from the county, and I think a study needs to be done, and let's see what the results show.
Could you actually repeat the question, please, quickly?
Various proposals have been made to add either new staff or new programs in the city. How would you ensure these efforts do not increase the tax rate for our citizens? And would you eliminate other positions or programs?
I definitely don't think that we're interested in eliminating anything as we try to expand our services and provide our residents with what they feel they should be getting. One of the council goals is improving efficiency and effectiveness of our offices. And that's an important thing because we have had a lot of people run around chasing their tails, departments not communicating, people going out and trying to do the same job twice. So becoming more efficient and becoming more effective that way is a good way to make progress without having to spend more money. We've also started some new programs this year. You know, we're going to have a drone program with the police department. We're going to have a drone program with DPW where we don't have to send people down into the sewers and things anymore. So we've got some exciting things on the horizon, and it's going to be really interesting to see how these new adventures pan out for us, you know, how well they work, and then how we can expand on those things that are working before we decide what we're going to do next.
Okay, the next question goes to Brett. How are you connected to our elderly community? What will you do to keep them connected and represented in the city?
What was the first part of that question?
How are you connected to our elderly community? What will you do to keep them connected and represented in the city?
Okay. I can't say I'm very connected right now with the elderly in our city. I'm getting elderly myself. I'm 61 now. Spending more time with my mom as she gets older. But when we were at the senior housing yesterday, I think the seniors feel disconnected from our community, and there was a lot of discussion about what we could do to bring more volunteers, bring more community services to the seniors. It really struck me that they're underserved and they're underappreciated, or just there's not enough attention. I think this intergenerational center is fantastic, you know, kind of connecting seniors with kids and everything else. So we just got to get more seniors using it. But I think we need to touch base with the seniors in the various communities they live in and see how we can address their needs. But it definitely struck me yesterday that it's underserved.
We definitely know that we're a retirement community in a lot of ways, but I don't think everyone is aware of different developments here that have invited retirees to move here. Out at Foxtail Crossing, which is part of Ward 1, it's an intergenerational community, and they have 2 senior blocks back there. And this was designed to have these, you know, seniors interacting with the community. It's failed. It hasn't worked. Part of what is luring these people to come and live here is the amenities that are supposed to come with this place. They haven't had them for like 6 years. So it's up to the city to help keep these management companies in line to deliver what these seniors have come here to have access to, what they deserve. Working with traffic and safety, we're going around the city and making sure we have ADA compliant intersections and crosswalks everywhere, not just for seniors, but that, you know, affects everybody moving through the city. And when we're talking about programs for the youth, connecting the youth with the seniors is a really wonderful way to share generational wisdom and make connections that aren't going to be made otherwise. Stays with me.
I'm not going to sit up here and lie and anything like that. My concentration really was on the youth, and I understand that the seniors are part of our community also. And I think the seniors should have more activities. We should try to have more activities for the seniors. It's hard because it's hard to say because, like I said, I haven't personally, me personally, because I want to be 100% upfront with you guys. I haven't really dug deep into far as dealing with the seniors. My concentration was really with our kids and our youth and stuff like that. Because I'm almost a senior too. You know what I mean? And it's just it's that's it. I don't want to boast and brag and say I'm gonna do this, do that for the singers. Which if a singer, if they come, if Brett or Laura say, "Come on, let's do this for the singers," I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
To you. Thank you all for your real thoughtful answers on the questions today. We're going to give each of you 2 minutes to kind of sum up your run for the council. And Laurel, we'll start with you.
There was a question posed for the candidates by one of the media outlets that I really appreciated, and it pertained to personal or professional growth that made us suitable for this role. For me, it was realizing that the traditional path to becoming an elected official isn't the rule for how to become an effective and capable community leader. It's not Ivy League degrees or family legacies or a set of successful friends and business associates that's necessarily going to make you a good politician. It's just what we've become accustomed to. But being deeply involved with the community and learning about the history and the heritage and the people and the practices, working face to face with folks and really getting to know them, celebrating them and the diversity that makes Cambridge such a wonderful place, to become someone that residents would ask to run for city council in the special election. That works. That's a good way to do it. So it's proven to me that the skills that I've amassed, raising a family, running and owning small businesses, organizing and executing events, guiding and protecting people on outdoor adventures, listening to guests' stories and worries and complaints while you're also trying to make them feel, special and cared for. These are all things that are not required, but necessary and helpful. And it's really been wonderful to come in here and try to see these goals for the city through that the council set forth. I really do want to see better housing, better education, healthier neighborhoods, healthier ways of life, and just overall better well-being for everybody in Cambridge, not just now, but, into the future.
I want to just say this. Like I said earlier, I've been a resident for Third Ward all my life. I've been born in Third Ward all my life. I just want to see the city of Cambridge prosper. I'm not for all of this, we can do this and nothing never happens. Cambridge been basically, it's coming along a little teeny bit, but it's not as it should have been. And every politician so far, and I'm gonna be blunt with it, and I like Laura and I like Britt, but we all keep saying the same stuff over and over and over and over and over again. Let's make something happen. That's all it is. I understand that, we say what we have to say to get in office and all that type of stuff, but let's make it happen. Let's give the people what they want besides what we want. Somebody might call you and say, this is going on. Don't ignore them. Don't ignore them. Don't just say, okay, I'll take care of it, and hang up and say, oh, I'll get that later on or something like. No, don't do that. If somebody call you on the phone and say this is going on, okay, let me call city manager, or let me call this, or let me call that, and let me figure out what's going on. Do it right then, or I'm gonna get back with you. Get back with the people, and that's what I'm about. I'm a people person, so I talks to the people. We don't stop it. That's even with the big election with the president and stuff. If you're gonna vote for somebody, vote for the policy. Vote for for a person that you think and that you know.
I'm going to pick up what Gary said, give the people what they want. I think my 40 years of experience as a business person, I've learned when you have problems, you have to listen to people. By listening and talking and discussing, you come up with ideas. During my campaign so far, that's what I've been doing. And that's where I've come up with certain points. And I'm an action guy. I got 11 points here I'm going to run through real briefly. When elected, these are the things I'm going to focus on. I want to look at the end of each year and see what we've done to move Cambridge forward. I want to hire a tenant advocate. I want to hire a commercial real estate brokerage firm to market Cambridge Harbor. I want to put City Hall back into City Hall, at least start the process. I want to build a dog park, maybe one, maybe two. We need it. We have a lot of dog owners out there. Establish a youth rideshare program to increase participation by youth in activities. I want to meet with a developer or owner of Mill Street School and pressure him to restore or sell. I want to advocate for residents dealing with substandard housing and nuisance properties. I want to work with the YMCA to get that new facility built. I want the city to market the site at the corner of Race and Cedar to promote mixed income development. It's just sitting there. It's been vacant forever. I want to commission a study on the county city tax rate differential that I mentioned earlier. And finally, I love trees. I want to put money in our budget to plant trees. I think I have the ideas, I have the experience, I have the skills to move Cambridge forward. So vote for me as your Ward 1 Commissioner on October 19th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should applaud our candidates for coming out. Thank you very much. We appreciate all the thought and attention that you've put into this, and we'd like to thank our esteemed panel of questioners. And I would like to remind you that voting in Cambridge is a different day from the national vote. It is Saturday, October 19th. The election takes place on the corner of Race and Muir Street. Some of you old timers know it as the old hardware store. For us new folks, it's an event center there now. I would also like to remind you that the deadline to register to vote for the national election is the 15th, so you have 10 days. Early voting begins on October 24th and ends on Halloween on the 31st. And of course, the general election in person is Tuesday, November 5th. If you are worried about the general election and want to know what our candidates have to say about the general election, the League of Women Voters has published the Voters Guide. And you can pick up one as you leave today. Many people highlight these. You can read any amendments that are coming up to be voted on and decide what your position is. They take it into the voting booths with them so that they're sure to vote the way they want it to. I would also like to thank the Intergenerational Center. For those of you who talked about what Cambridge does for seniors, this building is for seniors. I play bridge here twice a week, and we see the seniors, the tables are all set up. They provide lunch. It's $3 if you're a senior. They serve it to you. They clean it up. They have a beautiful space. If you want to start a program here, you want to do yoga, you want to teach people to use computers, you can start it here. So with that, thank you very much. We appreciate your attention today.
We're going to take a break now. Our next session begins at 3 o'clock, and that's the mayoral candidates. Thank you.
LaShawn, can you hear us? LaShawn? You can hear us. Now, we need to have, well, I can hear her here. Go ahead, add her.
Can you hear me?
Uh, why can't I hear myself? Oh, because of that. LaShawn, would you speak, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can't hear her. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, cannot hear you. Why can't we hear her? She's coming into you. Output device. Well, we heard earlier. I don't know what's going on here. Where'd LaShawn go? Where is she?
Did she disappear?
I don't know where she went. There she is.
Oh, there she is.
Well, yeah, I don't know why she went away.
Yeah, it kind of disappeared.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Okay. LaShawn, go ahead and speak again.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, you'll have to speak loudly.
Okay, I can hear you, but I cannot hear you through the earpods.
You test, test, test.
Yeah, let me see if I could do something about the earpods. But if you can hear me, that's fine. I don't have to worry about the earpods. Hello? 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 Hello?
Good afternoon. My name is Glenna Heckathorn, and I'm co-president of the League of Women Voters for the Midshore, and we are very happy to be here this afternoon to have a forum for the candidates for mayor. The The candidates are, first, we have Lejan Cephas. Next, we have Andrew Bradshaw. And coming to us live via, it's not Zoom, it's, what is it again? Video link, is LaShawn Banks Foster. So we are fully entering the 21st century here. We're going to see how this works. First of all, I would like to thank our candidates for their participation in this forum. And I would like to thank our esteemed panel who are going to ask the questions. They also helped formulate the questions. And they are first, Ryan Anthony from The Spy. Second, we have Sharon Smith, who is from Cambridge Association of Neighborhoods. Third, we've got Jim Johnson, who is executive editor of the Star Democrat. And finally, we have Jim Brady, news director for WHCP Radio. Let me thank now also WHCP Radio, who those of you in the audience here can see are manning all of our technology. They have been fantastic partners with the League to put on these candidate forums because they broadcast them live so that people can watch them, and we expand the number of people who can see the forums. Before the forum began, the candidates drew numbers to determine the order of their opening remarks. So they will answer questions in the order they're seated. So Lejan will start with opening remarks, and then Andrew will be answering the first question first, and then LaShawn will be answering the second question first, and so on and so on. Each candidate will have 2 minutes to give opening remarks, and then after that, our panel will start asking the questions. They will have 1 minute to respond to each question. We have a timekeeper up front from the League, and she will keep track of the time by raising a green card when they have 30 seconds to go. She will give a yellow warning signal when they have 10 seconds to go, and she will hold up the red card when it's time to stop. Also, the ladies of the League are passing out index cards. If you've got a question, please write your question on the index card, and we will give it to our editor, Ann White, who will make sure that your questions are general enough for everyone to answer, no specific questions for any one candidate, and that we can read your handwriting and that they're worded in a polite way. One more thing before we get started here, I'm going to ask our candidates to do something for our audience, and that is, in addition to answering the question, please use this as an opportunity to educate us on this issue, because you are steeped in the answers that we're going to ask you, and we would like to know more about it. So without further ado, I will turn, are you going to be first, Ryan? Oh, no, Lejan is going to be first with her opening remarks.
Testing. Okay, good, it works. Hi, my name is Lejan Cephas, born and raised here in Cambridge. I moved away a little bit as I got in the age of having children. Now I have adult sons, been back in Cambridge since 2017, and I just decided I wanted to give back. I have experience in law enforcement. I was a correctional officer with the rank of corporal right here in Dorchester County. Also volunteered often with some of our local nonprofits. And at this moment, I'm the commission president for the city of Cambridge. First thing, I just want to thank our city staff for making everything happen with the city, because contrary to the misinformation on some of the platforms on social media, the city is financially healthy. The city is a safer city. We're staffed with police force. We have a great police chief. We have great department heads, and we always get great ratings whenever we're doing our financial audits. So I just wanted to ensure the residents and those that are watching that you're in a great city, you're in a safe city, you're in a represented city. And also, one last point, I just want to thank my mom and my family for being here as well, and also my love Joe for being here. And also, I'm a person of faith and a person of integrity, and I always try to give the best representation possible of the city, and not just the city, but myself and my family, because representation is everything. Thank you.
A little over 2 months ago, I was sitting in my car wondering what my path forward should be. After I had left office at the beginning of 2022, I had purposely not inserted myself into the business of Cambridge's government, in the belief that the council and also the new mayor needed to be able to perform their duties without my commentary or my criticism. As the months passed, I held fast to that decision, and on occasions where friends who live in the city of Cambridge would reach out for my thoughts on the various topics of the moment in Cambridge, I would guard how I responded. As time passed, though, I saw more rumors being passed about regarding the different issues the city is facing, and less information regarding those topics being shared from the mayor and council. I stepped back into the discourse in a more active way in the hope I could help the people better understand what we as a city face in seeking to overcome our issues, and to help people see the difficulties the mayor and council face in addressing those issues. I was surprised by the response I received when I began talking and posting more about the many topics important to moving Cambridge forward. People were excited to gain the insight I was providing, and they appreciated direct and factual discussion of those topics. I began having people reach out on social media asking that I consider running once more for mayor. Then they approached me in restaurants and stores. And then I started receiving mail pieces from folks who were supporting me as well. They were taking the time to write and drop into a post box letters and cards asking me to run again. It became clear I needed to do this. Cambridge deserves active leadership. It needs thoughtful leadership, and it wants transparent leadership. In 2 weeks, Cambridge's voters are going to the polls, and when they cast votes for mayor and commissioner, they're going to be choosing transparency and capability and accessibility. With those qualities in mind, when they look at their ballot and make their selection for mayor, they're going to be making the choice for me, Andrew Bradshaw. I appreciate their support, and I can't wait to get back to work for Cambridge.
Hi, my name is LaShawn Banks Foster, and I am a candidate for mayor. I would like to welcome my fellow candidates that are also running, Jan Cephas and Andrew Bradshaw. And I would like to thank Jim Brady and his staff for making it possible that I can attend today's forum. I bring to you integrity, honesty, active listening, decision-making, competency, and many more skills that will help me lead the city and continue leading the city of Cambridge, along with a team of commissioners and city managers, city staff, employees, and our residents of Cambridge, which are the main characters in the story of the city of Cambridge. I have a master's degree in social work. I have an associate's degree in social work, and I have an AA degree in humanities and social science. I have also graduated from the Academy of Excellency in Local Governments. This, along with all of my duties that I provide as an advocate to the residents of the city of Cambridge, I feel will help and enable me, along with a super team of commissioners, as well as city residents, as stated before, and city employees, to help continue leading Cambridge into the best that we can be. We are on a good path, but like every city, we do have our downfalls. We do have issues that need to be addressed, and mostly we need residents that need to be valued, and we need voices that need to be heard. Thank you.
Okay, our first question is, what specific steps, this is for Commissioner Cephas, what specific steps would you take to help improve the economic well-being of the citizens of Cambridge? And after she answers, it goes on to the other candidates.
Oh, he gets the first question.
I'm so sorry.
Could we get the repeat of it with the confusion there? I was trying to figure out what we were doing.
Ask the question again.
Please.
What specific steps would you take to help improve the economic well-being of the citizens of Cambridge?
Well, job creation is going to be a very important part of what I want to do as mayor. And part of that's going to take cooperation across levels of government, working with our county and with our state representation as well. I want to work with the Maryland Department of Commerce to work on job creation efforts in the county and in the city. And I want to work specifically with county staff as well. A couple of things I've talked about. I want to work on the development of a city-based economic driving force or a growing of the city economic department office. Right now it's been merged with the assistant city managers roles. That needs to be split as it had been in the past. And we need to work on some business incubation at the city level and not just at the county level. We can partner with the county in doing that, but we also need to have city specific efforts in that regard.
I would work very closely with our educational system, our county system. I would listen to our adults that are graduating from high school, and we also need to listen to the potential workforce that may come here. We first need to find out what is the problem of Cambridge attracting the type of works and the type of jobs that will pay the wages that are decent wages and livable wages. $17 an hour is not a livable wage, but we cannot do this if we're all on islands alone. We have to collaborate. We have to form a team. We also have to work not only with the state government, but with the local representatives and the federal government in order to bring and change our economic status in a city that was once blooming and was one of the best economic spots for employment on the Eastern Shore. For us to have fallen below, we are missing something, and we have to find out what it is that we're missing and start from there. And that starts from actively listening to the people that are trying to be employed, the employers that are saying they do not or we do not have the type of employees here that would be able and ready to work the type of workforce that they would love to bring into our city. We have a ladder to climb when it comes to the economic status of our city.
Thank you, Luchan.
Okay. So this is what I've done as commission president. I had a meeting with HUD, the Department of Housing Community Development, and they have a program called Healthy Homes. I initiated a conversation with the director. His name was Matthew Ammon. Then I invited him to the city of Cambridge, and he met with many shareholders of the city, including many of the Dorchester County, the mayor of Hurlock, and something that was assured to us was if you apply for this grant, the money could be available for workforce development. So the city of Cambridge applied. We were awarded $1.9 million. And this is, of course, is with the support of city staff. This is not a grant I applied for. This is a grant that I engaged a conversation. And what this does, it actually provides the city the ability of funding jobs and also training for residents so we can fix our own issues such as lead mitigation, such as code enforcement. So this gives it gives the city the ability of not only hiring, but it's not going to impact our taxpayers because we will receive subsequent funds from the Healthy Homes Initiative from HUD. Thank you.
The second question is, what are the major challenges facing the city when it comes to development of the waterfront? And the answers start with Ms. LaJeanne Foster.
From what I can see, some of the major issues that we have is an inability to be active listeners. We have the CWDI. We also have the City of Cambridge. The City of Cambridge put together the CWDI so that we could have a team. And a team is not a team is a collaboration of all of us. All of our residents have to be heard.
LaShawn, you want to stop for a minute? We got to get the sound working again.
Okay.
Sorry about the delay.
Are you able to hear me?
LaShawn, can you start again?
Yes.
It
I would
works
like.
now.
Okay, let me know if it's too loud because I turned my volume up. We, the city of Cambridge, we have to work together with CWDI. It has to be a team. It cannot be I. Nothing has never been accomplished when you use the word I. As a team, we can collaborate together and work together, but we have to listen to the citizens here in the city of Cambridge. Being an active listener is a lot more than just being heard. We have to realize that every individual in our city is valued. The waterfront belongs to the entire city of Cambridge. It is not just for a few people, and it is not just for a team that's put together. As we're making these decisions and as we're coming to what is it that would benefit the entire city and what would be iconic for visitors to come here into our city, we have to realize that when we pull our teams together, make sure that we have adequately and efficiently included every single voice that can be heard and put it together, and let's come up with a plan. The city of Cambridge must be involved from the beginning to the end, and we have to remember.
Thank you.
Okay, is this working? Okay, so yeah, the challenges we face with CWDI is basically the same challenges we're facing now. It's just lack of communication. I think it's extremely important. And also I want to make the point as well that with the city and the county, we're in the stages of rebuilding the board. So there is no villain, there is no arch nemesis. The CWDI, that was a mechanism to put in place to basically ensure that the waterfront development happened. So it's extremely important that whoever the board decides to be their next director, to make sure that they keep open communication and consistent communication, not just with the city, but also with the county and the state, so that we're on the same page so we can move this development forward we all can be proud of. Thank you.
I think with CWDI and the Cambridge Harbor project, we've got several challenges that we're facing right at the moment, and we're at an inflection point for the project. I mean, first, CWDI's executive director, Matt Leonard, resigned about a month and a half ago. And so now that position, which is their full-time professional position that is in place to perform the actual business of CWDI, that role is empty and needs to be filled. But unfortunately, their operational funding is so limited that right now they really don't have the ability to fill that position. Likewise, there's an issue. The board, though the city and the county are working to fill their board positions that have been opened, that's going to bring in people that don't have a great deal of knowledge or experience with CWDI, the organization, and there's going to be a learning curve. So right now, we need to move forward as the city and the county cooperatively with CWDI to ensure that they can get back on task, they can find the financial wherewithal to hire the important professional positions, and those board positions can be handled in an informed position as they move forward.
Okay, LeJan, you get the next question. How do you think relations among the different racial communities in Cambridge can be improved?
I think how it can be approved is first to acknowledge that there are challenges. I think that's the first step. I think the second step is for, when we have like our community events and community festivals, to make sure other residents of the city know that this is for everyone. For example, the Hispanic Heritage Festival that happens often in October, that's not just for those in the Hispanic community. That's a great opportunity for those in other communities, whether the Asian community, whether the African American community, or whether in any other community can just have the moment to come to understand the different cultures, different foods, And not only just that, just to start a conversation, just to start a dialogue. And it's also important for us to understand that as a city, the city does not tolerate anything that does not promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's actually something that the city adopted as a resolution, I would say a couple of years ago. And I think it's also extremely important that we have these uncomfortable conversations, not to finger point, but to move forward. Thank you.
I think to reach across the racial lines in the city of Cambridge, we have to remember a couple of things. The first is that we are 13,000 individual stories, but that together we make up the one story of Cambridge. And regardless of the neighborhood in which you were born or the color of your skin, you are still part of this story and this fabric that is Cambridge, and we have to come together through that. I think in a more specific way, one of the ways that we can start doing this and start having a better relationship across racial lines is through the development of programs at young ages so that there is understanding and cooperation when people are at an impressionable point in their lives, and we're able to build that kind of cooperation and belief in one another. And one of the things I've proposed and I want to talk about at some point is the development of a mentorship program that will work across racial and socioeconomic lines, starting in the middle schools here in Cambridge, and then we'll move forward. We've got peer communities that have done the same through their municipalities, even though they do not handle the school systems directly.
When we take a look at racial relationships, we have to look at where the problems lie. When we look at our younger generations, they don't have any problems. Any problems with race relationships, they're being taught. The biggest problems we have with race relationships is in employment issues and housing issues. That is more than just a city issue. It is a countywide and it is a statewide issue. We have to learn and figure how we're going to bring everybody up, teach everybody the skills that they needed so that we can be paid the same exact regardless of the color of your skin or your culture. And as far as the police relationships with race, it's more of a community. They need to learn how to be effective and efficient community police officers doing community policing. Thank you.
Okay, for our next question, our school system is ranked the second worst in Maryland. Do you think the city should find a way to get involved? And if so, how? We're starting with you, Andrew.
It's a difficult question to answer because, as you did point out, the schools are administered at the county level through an independent and elected school board, and then also financially through the county council. However, with that said, education is probably one of the prime issues that we have in the city of Cambridge, and it's one that we have to address in any way that we can. So there are a few things I'd like to do. One is this mentorship program that I just mentioned, and while that won't directly impact students in their performance in the schools, it can lead to relationships that can aid in that way. Secondly, one thing I would like to do is work with partners and try to encourage the county school board to vote in favor of the establishment of charter school programs in Dorchester County. We find that statewide they tend to perform about at the state average, which is significantly better than what our schools are performing at in Dorchester County, and they are only located in counties and jurisdictions with poor performance. So there's corollaries where they can succeed in places like Cambridge.
LaShawn?
Yes, I do believe that the city should have a role in working with the Dorchester County Board of Education as well as the county government on our school issues and our educational issues. Every single graduate that graduates from Cambridge South Dorchester High School, North Dorchester High School, is a resident of our county and can be a resident of our city. When we go to employment issues, when you cannot read and write and fill out a job application, it's going to determine the type of job you get, and it's going to determine whether or not you're going to be able to make a wage that is livable for you to raise your family and to be able to prosper. We cannot ignore the fact that whatever and whoever graduates from either of the schools that I mentioned can and will impact the city of Cambridge, and we must have an active role. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's the same question. Okay. I think it's important for the city to be extremely supportive of Dorchester County. They just elected a new superintendent of schools, Dr. Jamil Thompson, and he has some great innovative ideas as far as how he can move the students of Dorchester County forward. And there's really no need to reinvent the wheel. We have nonprofits already in place. We have Harvesting Hope. They have community readings. We have New Beginnings Youth and Family Services. We also have All for Love. They actually cater more to the older children, in the community of Cambridge. And I think it's also important that we all take out time with children. Just take out a day, go to an after school program, read to a child. It's studies have actually shown that if you read to a child, I believe from the age of 1 up until 9, it actually promotes literacy. So it's extremely important that we understand what's already in place, support those nonprofits that are already in place, and each of us just pick up a book and just read to someone.
Okay, LaShawn, the next one is for you. Should a criminal record disqualify a person from serving as a commissioner or mayor, and tell us why?
Personally, I do not believe that a criminal record should, but again, it's going to depend on what that criminal record is. It's going to depend on whether or not that individual has been rehabilitated, and it's going to depend on what steps that individual has done to prove that they are ready to lead society. It's not a issue where you can say yes or no. You have to take many factors into consideration. There are people who have committed criminal acts that did not get charged with the crime, and that act could have been just as horrendous and terrible as the one who did get charged with the crime. So it's not easy to say yes or no. The answer is going to be, let's see what the charge was, let's see if the person was rehabilitated, and let's see how that crime will impact our society.
I believe this is a question for the voters. The voters need to make this decision. It's also important to understand that if a candidate says their time is served, that means no probation. That means your time is truly served. Because if you have someone that's in place and if they are on probation, they're one phone call away from being incarcerated. So how would that look on any jurisdiction, whether it's the federal government, whether it's the local government, whether it's the county government? But I truly believe that's the decision the voters should make. I believe everyone who has made mistakes in our life, I believe everyone should have that opportunity to redeem themselves. But it's also important that when you're in these leadership roles as being the mayor, you have to meet with certain people. Are they going to feel comfortable being in a photograph with someone that's known for something, a nationwide headline that was very not only embarrassing to that person, but the victim and also that community that person represented? Thank you.
I feel as though this question is, in many ways, directed toward me, and I'll answer it quite honestly. I think that we represent a city where many people have made mistakes, and many people carry a record. And we shouldn't disqualify such a large portion of our population based upon the errors of their past. And likewise, when people have overcome the failures that they have made, when they can move forward in their lives, we shouldn't turn away from the people that have talent and ability to contribute to a community, regardless. Now, since I do also think that some of the comments made by one of the other candidates was specific toward me, I will say this. Convictions that I had were withdrawn by the state and have been removed. And additionally, any probation that I had has been abated. Thank you.
Okay, the next question. Would you support efforts to build a new YMCA at Cambridge Harbor, and why or why not? LeJan goes first.
I believe whatever is built at Cambridge Harbor, it should be something that's going to attract businesses. It's going to attract cars off the highway. It's going to attract tax revenue dollars. I believe it should be whatever the public wants. So I really prefer not to give my personal opinion as far as whether the Y should or should not be there. I do know the Y has served this community for many years. So it's a possibility. Maybe that's not the location. Maybe it should be another location that's still centralized, that still gives the public the ability of gaining access to it. And it still could be the Y that many in the community could be proud of. Because I know we talk a lot about Kent County and a lot of our neighboring counties, the types of YMCAs that are there. But I think it's important that the community make sure that CWDI is aware what's wanted there. If it's the Y, if it's not the Y, it's important that the community's vision is heard and taken into consideration.
I don't believe that the YMCA should be at the waterfront. Waterfront, when the project began, had several specific goals: job creation, tax revenue increase for the city and county, and also a magnet for tourism and also for residents to the site. A YMCA moving 2.5 miles does not create new jobs. As a nonprofit, it does not contribute to tax revenue for the city or the county. And though it may draw people who live in the community to that site simply for their exercise or activities, it will not draw them there as shoppers or as consumers or as people who are spending time to enjoy the site itself. Now, because of that, when this discussion came up, I worked on trying to find some alternative locations. I forwarded them to some people at various levels of government. The alternative location has been explored. I think it's still a possibility, but regardless, as mayor, I want to work with the YMCA and Robbie Gill to find alternatives that will work for everyone in the community and for that project.
I feel that the community as a whole need to be in a discussion and need to be brought up to understand why someone would want the YMCA moved. At the present time, the YMCA does a lot of grants, and at the location that it's in, it is accessible for children 12 years old and older to walk, to get there, to attend these activities. If we were to move the Y out far, what mechanisms is going to be put into place so that the children and adults that now walk in neighborhoods that they consider safe and safe access getting there, not crossing Maryland Avenue, which is much busier than walking more or less inside of town. So I think it's a discussion that really needs to be thought out, and I think it's something that the community really needs to have heavy input on. The Y right now is in a good location. Thank you.
Okay, Andrew, you get the first shot at the next question. Give us your ideas to revitalize the downtown area.
Well, I think I had mentioned one already, and that's a business incubation program that I want to work to develop with a reimagined and expanded city economic development office. What that would look like would include having the ability with staff and through partners to educate entrepreneurs in our community in what is necessary in order to start that business, including bookkeeping, record keeping, any accounting, but also marketing and things like that. And also in partnership potentially with the downtown business owner, work for those that will be customer-facing businesses to provide storefront space where they can establish over the course of 12 or 18 months, ensure that they are established as a business, and then perform the capital outlay that they're going to have to do when they take over a downtown business front of their own. Through that process, we can see these businesses flourish. And I think we've got an example already downtown with Little Bit of Bull, who didn't have a business incubation program, but they started with a food trailer and then went from a small space to a larger space by developing that customer base.
Revitalizing downtown, which includes Pine Street, is going to take a major effort in working with every single culture and every person of all ages. We have businesses down there that some feel is only catering to a specific age range, age group. We need to help businesses that will cater to all age range. I mean, and I'm talking about restaurants, clothing stores, toy stores. We need, as a city, to help with grant writing, and we need to help individuals take business classes if we have to offer them in partnership with the county through through the city's grants. I think would be wonderful in helping to revitalize the mindset of how we can revitalize the businesses in Cambridge, both Race, Mere, and Pine Street. Thank you.
I think it's extremely important for the city to partner with Main Street downtown, and also find out what the needs are of the business owners in our downtown area. The city actually has, I believe, about $500,000 that's been allocated in our past fund, so we can support small businesses. And these funds can be used in matters of loans. It could be used in matters of possibly supporting like infrastructure, such as like facades of buildings. And something else great that I get calls about is, they believe that there's an opportunity where the city is missing in keeping, the beautification, such as trash and like disposal and maybe sidewalks. So this would be a great opportunity for the city to partner with Dorchester County Detention Center and maybe have some sort of like a work from jail program. I know sometimes they do have it, so we can give our folks that are on their way home the opportunity to contribute to society, and not just that, also earn an income.
The next question, we'll start with LaShawn. Do you support the city manager form of government, or do you think the mayor should be allowed to direct city employees?
At present, I support the city manager form of government because it is working in a sense. It's not working when we have a new city manager every 6 months. It only puts us back. However, there's enough work within the city government for the city manager, the commissioners, and the mayor to work together to get the job done. I do not believe that the mayor needs to be 100% out of working with our city employees, but I do believe that the city manager can handle that as long as the city manager knows that they work under the auspice of the mayor and the commissioners. Thank you.
I believe our city manager form of government is working very well. I would say I'm experienced. I think we've had about maybe 3 city managers in the past 4 years since I've been a council member. Although we have had some turnover, we still have a lot of successes. So, for example, at that time when one of the other candidates had to resign because of personal reasons, we didn't have a city manager at that time, so I had to step up and I had to act as the interim mayor. Now, it made life actually complicated because I had police chiefs that were reaching out to me. I had department heads that were reaching out to me. Now, I couldn't imagine the city ever reverting back to a strong mayor form of government, because when you have a city manager, professional, someone that's expected to execute these roles on a daily basis, everything flows so much better. But I can tell you that once again, the city, we're in a healthy status financially. We're in a much safer city as well. And not only that, I'm sorry, it said stop. I'm going to follow the rules. Thank you.
I support the city manager form of government, but I've seen the good and the bad of the city manager form of government. When I came into office, the manager that we had at the time was quite ineffective, and it forced more effort on the part of the mayor than I think is both appropriate and desirable. But then subsequent to that, we had an interim manager come in who brought years of experience and true professionalism, and he showed how effective the city manager form can be. when you have someone there who is competent and capable to carry it forward. I think after that point with Mr. Carroll, though I did not work with him directly, I got to know him. I think he was wholly competent as well. I think in some ways he was more assertive than you expect someone who is in a bureaucratic role to be in comparison to the elected body. But what I do know is that Cambridge has had no stability as a result of this form of government. We have had, since I took office in 2021, 3 managers now, 2 interim managers. That's 5 in 4 years. I want it to work, but in order for it to work, we've got to get the right people in place, and I'm hoping that the current is that right guy.
Next question is for Lejan. What do you envision as your role in reducing crime in this city?
Well, with public safety, I take public safety extremely important. I was actually appointed to a federal advocacy committee for public safety, but what I believe the role is of the mayor in public safety is to be in the community and to actually listen to the residents. Because believe it or not, you know, being an elected official, we get emails, we get text messages of telling us the hot areas, letting us know the issues, because they don't ordinarily feel comfortable, you know, talking to a member of law enforcement. So when we get that information, we actually have to transfer it over to our police department, police chief, so they can take the necessary measures to actually investigate it. But I think the main role of the mayor is to be present, to be available, to actually set the example, to listen to the residents, and also be the voice of residents and represent the residents so that we have proper legislation and policy that actually protect our residents. And I did that when I was the commission president with the juvenile curfew.
I think the mayor's role is on a policy level, and it's a very active role. It needs to be a role where you're working with your manager and with your police chief to set policies, to forward those to the council, and that includes things like the juvenile curfew. But what you also have to do, you have to be meeting with people at the state level, for example, at the Governor's Office of Crime Control and Prevention, with your state delegation, also with, for example, the elected sheriff of Dorchester County. And you need to be working with them to find avenues through your advocacy on the behalf of the city to impact these things. And as the commission president said, you also need to be active and visible in the city. You need to be out there and seeing what's occurring in the city. I'll give a quick example people may remember. I was riding through Cosby Avenue in Greenwood while I was in office previously, drove up on an assault in progress, was on the phone with Chief Lewis at the time, and was able to hop out of the car, start screaming and yelling, acting like a madman, police are coming, and with Mark on the phone, get officers there quickly enough to save that guy's life.
Like all over the United States, we do have a problem with crime, and we have to face that. We have a huge problem with juvenile crime. Back in 2004, we have 44 active police officers. If we have that many now, in 2024, that is not enough. We have to look at the fact that we need more police officers. We need more trained police officers how to interact and work with our community. We need to get a hold of our juvenile problem with a juvenile initiative. Find out what it is that we can do to turn that energy of negative acting out of our juveniles into positive energy. Bring in more programs. I heard a few programs mentioned early. We need way more. We have to really get involved and turn this around and recognize that we do have a problem. That starts getting the problem corrected. Thank you.
Okay. And I think this starts with Andrew. Tell us about any experience you have in service to the Cambridge community.
I've got a great deal of experience in service to the Cambridge community. I mean, of course, I served as mayor for a year, but in addition to that, I've served as a firefighter and rescue fire company. I was a top 10 responder 1 year, and I think that that is the thing that I'm more proud of even than having served as mayor. Being someone who is willing to go out and make that sacrifice, rolling out of bed at 3 a.m. for the person that you don't know who's in their time of need. I think that there is no higher calling that a person can do in their community than something like that. And I would actually take this moment just to advocate, if you're considering it, to do so, because our city needs that. But even going beyond that, I've been involved in other civic organizations and faith-based organizations. Currently sitting on the vestry of Old Trinity Church, the Episcopal Church in Wolford, Maryland. That's one of the oldest in the United States, and I take great pride in the efforts that we make to make an impact in the community as well.
For the last 20-some plus years, I have worked as a social worker. I've worked in and out of our community. I've worked with all economic statuses. I've worked with all cultures. I work with youth to find out what the problem is, what we can do to correct the problem. I have volunteered through numerous activities, too many to sit and state, but I could tell you that more than 4 to 5 a year, I am volunteering to help our community out. I have been a lifelong member, and with everything that I've learned, all the experiences that I have had as a volunteer, as an employee working for the state of Maryland, I feel that all of those experiences together, along with working with the community, would make me an excellent candidate for mayor. Thank you.
As far as my service to Cambridge, I'm currently a city council member or city commissioner for the Ward 2, also commission president. And for about 9 months, I had the powers, rights, and duties of mayor. I also serve for the State Advisory Committee with the Governor's Office of Crime Prevention and Policy. I'm a member of Bethel Church here in Cambridge, located on Pine Street. And then in my younger years, I also volunteered when I was a member of Refuge Temple Church of God. I actually worked with the youth as far as like the praise and ministry. And also I have time where I like volunteered with some nonprofits, more specifically Alpha Genesis. When Alpha Genesis was first instilled into Cambridge, I was a volunteer with them. And then with my sons, we done many community cleanups. We picked up trash during the times we had snowed. We would just clean the sidewalks of neighbors. I think it's always good just to be a good neighbor, just to be a good friend, and just anything you can do to help your community to leave it better than what you found it.
LaShawn, you get the next question. What shortcomings do you see that face the current city government, and what specific actions would you take to fix them?
The shortcomings that I see is individuals want to work as individuals. We have to work as a team. We have to learn to have open communication, active listening. We have to have integrity and honesty. We have to not be afraid to step up and say, let's work as a team. That's the community with our county government, our Board of Education, our city government on all facets, city commissioner, mayor, city manager, community. We all have to work together. Our shortcomings is forgetting that we are a team and we're not individuals. One person cannot do it alone. It's going to take us all together. Let's work together and get the job done, and we will achieve. Thank you.
Yes, the question, what shortcomings do you see that face the current city government, and what specific actions would you take to fix them?
So the shortcomings that I see, it's misinformation. We have a lot of folks that depend on social media, and to be honest with you, I can understand why, because the city, we haven't done the best at community engagement, and I've made that very apparent to our current leadership, our current city manager, that moving forward we really need to do a better job at community engagement. But I would say that is definitely the biggest challenge, the ability of misinformation to be out there above facts. I would say the other thing that we can do better with the city is code enforcement. But the great answer to that is a funding that we received through HUD, the $1.9 million, that gives us the ability to hire more code enforcement officers than we've ever had. And also, as long as we continue to apply for this fund for the next couple of years, it's just about guarantees several $1 million of funding. Thank you.
Specifically with the mayor and council, one of the issues I've seen develop over the course of the last couple of years is what seems to be either a factionalism or even a marginalization of certain members if there's disagreement on a particular topic, so that their views on additional topics don't seem to be valued as greatly. And so one thing I want to do is ensure that we find cooperation where cooperation can exist as a body. And what that means to me is also compartmentalizing each individual issue so that we can say, okay, Commissioner of Ward 1 and Commissioner of Ward 3 disagreed on this issue, but now let's move to the next one where we can find that agreement. So we need to do that because there have been some really excellent policy ideas that I think have not moved forward and have lagged as a result of marginalization of some members of this commission. I think more broadly, as the commission president brought up, there is a real need for better engagement. And one of the things that I have proposed is the establishment of an Office of Community Engagement. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, LaShawn? Is he going?
I answered first.
Okay, good. All right. What is your position on spending $20 million on converting the Hearn building to low-cost housing? And I believe we're starting with LeJan on that one.
So my perspective on that is I see that as a private project. And of course, we all can have our personal opinions on private projects, but let's just be honest. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. And the median income here in Cambridge is not as high as some of our neighboring communities. I understand what's being proposed at the Hearn building. I know it's not something that many are in favor of, and I know it may not be attractive. But the thing is, this Hearn building could actually support some of our city employees. So to give you an idea, as we were looking at the numbers as far as the income requirements, a clerk would actually qualify to be an employee here. So I think we all need to be realistic and understand that affordable housing isn't a bad word. Who actually goes into a situation saying, I want to buy a house I can't afford, I want to rent a house I can't afford? So we're just, I believe the purpose of the project is to find housing for the residents that actually live in Cambridge and actually serve in Cambridge. I know it's not a 100% attractive package, but I think as long as we continue to work with the project and consider the public's information, I know there's a path forward.
Thank you.
The Hearn Building project is one that I was active in when I was in office previously. There were real concerns at that time about the expansion of the building and extremely small unit size within the building. Because of the concerns then, I worked with the planning director. We established a downtown waterfront development district core sub-district to ensure that there would be a minimum unit size within the building and that project had to be maintained within the building envelope. One thing that I also did was work with the Department of Housing and Community Development to try to find other potential investors in the site who would look at a market rate project at that location. We identified two, and unfortunately, the current lien holder on the property was not interested in engaging and moving forward with those who could bring forward a more market rate and commercial use for the structure. And so we really remain in a very similar position today as a result of that.
I could see the Hearn building being more used as commercial, more so than housing. The reason I say that is because we have a housing crisis at the Bradford House right down the street. I see the Hearn building as potentially being another disaster like the Bradford House. We have not got one problem straight that's been worked on for the last 10 years. Let's figure out how we can make these private homeowners, these private builders, such as the Bradford House, how we can make them do their job. We cannot get affordable, decent living at the Bradford House for the residents, but we're willing to bring another unit similar to the Bradford House, low income, but we have no answer for what has already failed. I feel that the Hearn building would be more for commercial, but again, it is private owners and it will be up to them. Thank you.
Next question is for Andrew. Do you want Cambridge Waterfront Development Incorporated to develop Cambridge Harbor on its own or to get a professional developer?
They absolutely have to get a professional developer. They don't have the financial wherewithal internally to perform that level of development. The project requires expertise and knowledge and a background that doesn't exist within the board as it's been constructed at any point or as it will be constructed in the future. Now, what their role will be to act as a bulwark to ensure that whatever developer is brought in is going to be one that's going to meet the community's needs through an RFP process, and then they're going to be able to ensure through the agreement and legal mechanisms that the agreements that are set into place are then respected and pushed forward. And so they're going to be a layer of protection to ensure that it's a good project along with our planning department and our building and safety services, but they are not a developer. And as much as I like many of the people on the board, they are professionals in other areas, not in real estate development. And so their job is to be the advocate and the bulwark for this community, but not to be the ones that are engaging with builders on site.
I feel that they will need a professional developer, but I feel that the professional developer needs to listen to the board, to the entire body, who needs to listen and actively listen to the citizens of Cambridge. I heard the word need. Yes, we need to have our needs met there, but we also want to incorporate wants with needs for the entire city of Cambridge so that the majority of the city is happy with the outcome and the end result of our waterfront development. Thank you.
I'll just keep it simple. CWDI are not developers. They're supposed to be an instrument to ensure the project happens. They're supposed to be the liaison between the city and the county and developers. So don't need the extra time. CWDI should not be the developers on this project.
Okay. The next question, and LaShawn starts with this one. Do you think a city official should be able to use their influence for deciding who gets city jobs and appointments, and tell us why?
The answer is absolutely no. Whoever is hard through the city should be hard through whatever board they have in place, whether it's a professional board, along with the city manager. They have a Department of Human Resources. Under no circumstances should a city official use their position or influences to have anybody hired. It's wrong, and it is not right, and it's unethical. Thank you.
I will agree with candidate Foster that I agree that no one with the city commissioners there, none of these people should have influence over who is hired. And not also who's hired, but also who's terminated. So we also need to be careful with that as well. We have current employees that need to be protected. And I've seen in some instances where there have been commission members that speak negatively of city staff, which I believe is very inappropriate. But that's the purpose of us having a city manager. That's why we have an HR department, and that's the reason why we have other mechanisms within our city to basically do these responsibilities and duties.
No, I think that the rest of the answers are absolutely correct. There's no world where an elected official should be making an influence on a hiring decision for the city. Now, if they have someone that they know is a good candidate, they should forward that candidate to the appropriate hiring body within the city. But then at that point, it should be hands off and it should be based solely upon the merit of the individual. I do know that when I was in office previously, we had real issues with human resources in the city. And so we pushed and advocated, I did, for HR resources that went beyond what existed at the time. I think that there was some difficulty in that moment. And I think it was influenced in part by the level of disengagement by the then city manager. But what we see is the need for professionals who understand employment law and labor relations to do this and do this in an appropriate fashion. Should that not be the case, then there also needs to be an ability to censure the individual who moves forward and tries to influence a hiring decision, either within the council or for staff.
LeJan, you get the next question to start. CWDI and the city recently settled their lawsuit. What specific actions would you take to help the city and CWDI create a more collaborative relationship?
I think to build this relationship, it's extremely important that we have the county at the table when the city is at the table of CWDI. And I think that's part of the miscommunication that the city experienced because the county was actually privy to information that the city did not have. So I think it's extremely important that we have the city, the county at the table at the same time. And I think it's extremely important that whenever press releases are released, to ensure that all parties are aware of what's going to be released to the public before it's released, because oftentimes it kind of turns into a memo battle, which in my opinion is extremely unprofessional. And it's not a good look on Cambridge. Thank you.
As I mentioned previously, CWDI is at an inflection point. There are going to be 2 new city appointees moving forward. The county has a board seat to fill. With the Ward 2 election upcoming, depending upon the outcome there, the city will have a 3rd board seat to fill, and the executive directorship remains unfilled as well. So right now, what needs to occur is the city and the mayor, specifically as the sole member, essentially a stockholder of CWDI, need to come together and work cooperatively and get the project back on track and really recall what those key goals of CWDI had been from the beginning. And with those key goals in mind, get, I think, short-term, intermediary, and long-term goals set into place for the organization so that they can be on a proper footing moving forward and they can be successful in engaging developers, but also performing their own site-related roles.
If the CWDI and the city have not already done so, they need to do it immediately, but develop a memorandum of understanding. If you follow the rules and what's outlined in that memorandum of understanding, everybody would do their part. You should be able to move forward. You will have your disagreements, but you will bring it back and you will discuss it. And as long as you're following what you've already agreed to follow in writing, we should not have any problems moving forward that cannot be worked out. Thank you.
Okay, and that will have to be the last question. We're now going to have closing statements from the candidates. Where did we leave off? So Andrew, you ready?
Yeah, I was going to ask, were there any questions from the audience? I thought I saw some cards.
There are some. We don't have time for that.
All right. Well, I want to quickly thank WHCP, CAN, the League of Women Voters, Delmarva Community Services for hosting us here, the Cambridge Spy, and the Dorchester Star for jointly moderating this forum. I also want to thank everyone that came in person, and I also want to thank those watching and listening elsewhere. It seems like we've always said the next election is the most important that we've had, and that probably isn't true each time around, either at the local or the federal level. But I think this time in Cambridge, it likely is true. The Cambridge Harbor Project is at an inflection point. Housing issues that have been topics of debate for years and decades remain unresolved, even as the economics of home ownership become more daunting for those looking to buy for the first time in this community. Though statistically some Part 1 crimes are down in Cambridge, we just had another shooting overnight. And in a city the size of Cambridge, any gun violence ranks as too much gun violence. Going beyond those crimes, however, the nuisance crimes, those things like car break-ins, like stolen bicycles, like graffiti on your neighbor's house, continue to occur and make it difficult for the people who live in Cambridge to find peace in their own homes. While issues like crime and housing and many others can't be fixed overnight, making an active and constant effort to overcome is a requirement. An occasional discussion or meeting also fails to bring change. What I will bring to the office of mayor is regular and constant review and action on the issues facing Cambridge. This action won't be taken just to say the words, "we did something." It's going to be research-driven and based upon proven policies that have worked in places facing the same difficulties. When I'm mayor, the people of Cambridge are going to experience transparency, understanding why we will be enacting the policies we are. They're going to experience capability in leadership, in policy development, and in representation, and in addressing community needs. They're going to experience accessibility with regular office hours, regular community meetings, and a quick responsiveness to phone and email when I'm not at City Hall. I look forward to everyone's vote on October 19th. Thank you.
Yes, I want to thank everyone for allowing me to attend this forum via Zoom. I do thank you. I appreciate the opportunity too. I would love to let everyone know that I feel that with my experience, my 8 years serving as a city commissioner, my educational background, my 20-some years of working with the youth, plus working in the community through every asset that you can think of, teenage pregnancy, elderly, um, anything that you can think of. It's a long list, and I don't have time to list them all. But I feel that I would bring to the table integrity, honesty, openness. I feel that I'm an active listener. I feel that everything that I have and everything that we already have in our city, our residents, our community, our city workers, our city volunteers, such as the fire department, I feel that all of this together as one, we can come together and meet the needs and our problems that we're facing within the city of Cambridge. And just to name a few, the juvenile problems that we're having, the waterfront issues we're having, affordable safe housing, the flood mitigation, infrastructure, sustaining and growing Pine Street and Main Street, Bradford House, Bridging the Gap, which is a program that the commissioners and I together to work with the community and the police officer to foster and improve the relationship between the public and policing. I feel that we have to work with rent control. I feel that if I were elected mayor, that I could help along with everyone that comes to the table, and that's all of us that are in this room today, and all of us that are listening, and those that are not listening. Thank you.
I don't have anything prepared. I'm just going to speak from the heart. There was a time when I was the commission president that got notification that it was time for me to activate with the rights and the powers of mayor. At this time, we didn't have a city manager. There were shootings. I went to so many funerals. I had to speak at so many funerals. It was a very difficult time. But with the support of city staff and with the support of my fellow council members, we got through this period. I think this is a time for the city to realize that we need that type of leadership. We need someone that's going to stand through tested times, perseverance, someone that's going to complete the mission, and someone that's going to make this city proud. Work really hard whenever I meet someone that's not from Cambridge, to tell them the wonderful story of Cambridge, the history of where we were and where we could be. And then the very last statement I always make is, what can you do to help us? I actually have a friend here that I met probably about a year or so ago, works in real estate. He came to me because he needed help. I ended up asking him for help. So now he's an investor in Cambridge. So I think it's important that we have hope, that we have positivity, that we have perseverance, that we all understand that we all are one and we all actually work better as one. And in Cambridge, it says bridge. So we need to build a lot of bridges. You know, we need to find atonement. We need to find friendships. We need to stay away from misinformation and what we read on the internet. And we really need to trust our government. And if you have questions and you want information, there's a thing called a PIA, where you can request any information you want. And by law, the city has to provide that to you. So I'm just hoping that the city chooses the next representative, someone that's going to commit, someone that's going to complete the mission, and someone that's going to make the residents proud. Thank you.
Thank our candidates. Let me see. Am I on? Okay. I would like to thank our candidates today. LaJohn, Andrew, LaShawn, thank you so much. LaShawn especially. Thank you for dragging us into the 21st century. Thank you to WHCP for bringing you to us live via Zoom-like processes. I would also like to thank our panel of experts. We have Ryan Anthony from the SPY, we have Sharon Smith from CAN, we have Jim Johnson from the Star Democrat, and we have Jim Brady from WHCP. Thank you very much. They spent a lot of time developing the questions and planning this forum. Thank you. And finally, I would like to acknowledge this beautiful building. Dorchester Community Services built this building for our community, and they have many activities here for seniors. I personally play bridge here twice a week. They have lunches for seniors. They have daycare services. If you come during the day, there are little kids on tricycles riding around in the atrium. It's a wonderful place, and I hope you will avail yourself more of it. Is there anything else I need to say here? Okay. Thank you very much, and we hope you have a pleasant day.
Thank you.
Our last session is going to happen at 4:30. That will be candidates from wards 2 and 4. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome everybody to the League of Women Voters, our forum for the Cambridge City Council candidates from, this is going to be wards 2 and 4. I would like to welcome our candidates. We have Jermaine Anderson. We have Spuddy Cephas. And we have Nancy Jackson. We also have a distinguished panel of questioners, and they are Ryan from The Spy. We have Sharon Smith from CAN, Cambridge Association of Neighborhoods. We have Jim Johnson from the Star Democrat, and we have Jim Brady from WHCP. Also in the background, you will see we have a whole bunch of tech guys, and they are live streaming. This is WHCP. They are live streaming this on Facebook and on YouTube. So we will multiply the number of people that we get involved in these forums. The sponsoring organizations pooled their questions for these candidates, and the person who's asking the question isn't necessarily the author of that question, just in case you don't like the question. Before the forum began, the candidates drew numbers, and they are sitting in the order that we will ask the questions. The first candidate will we'll have 2 minutes to do an opening statement, and then our second candidate and our third will make their opening statements. Then the first question will go to our second candidate, and so on and so on. Also, the ladies of the league are passing out index cards. So if you have a question that's not being asked, we would like you to write it down on the index cards. We'll go around, we'll pick them up. Our editor, Ann White, is going to make sure that your question is appropriate and that it is applicable to all 3 candidates. And she will hand them then to our panel of moderators. One more thing I would like to ask our candidates, and that is that I would like you to take this opportunity not just to answer the questions, but to give the people in your audience some background on the question, because you know more about these issues than we do, and we'd like to know what you know so that we can hear your answer in context. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jermaine, and he can do his 2-minute opening statement.
Hello, everyone. My name's Jermaine Anderson. I'm running for 2nd Ward City Council. I really didn't prepare a speech for this, but I would say I've been in the community serving since I was 19, 20, 22. Tons of experience. I was able to learn from folks that at that particular time, I didn't really understand why the pushback was so hard, but I was a student and I learned. And I stand before you today as a confident front runner. I'm very confident in what I do and what I've done thus far in the city of Cambridge. If you're looking for anybody that really loves Dorchester County, Cambridge, Maryland, I've always been a spokesperson for my city, nicknamed Groove City. I want to be able to serve now. I've done a lot from a grassroots perspective, but nothing in the governmental format. But I would be the one that would always, if you really check my resume, show up, speak up, stand up, be bold, to represent the community and speak for it, and encourage it to step up and speak for itself. So that's one of the main reasons why I'm running today. Again, I'm up here and I'm sitting here for my parents. I'm sitting here for my granddaughter. I'm sitting here for my ancestors that went before me that taught me to prepare for what I'm embarking on at this particular time. And as I talk, you'll get to learn more. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Spuddy Cephas. I am your current city commissioner representing Ward 4. As a trusted and proven leader, I have always epitomized fairness, consistency, and success. My progressive perspectives have guided our community towards innovative and inclusive solutions. With a deep understanding of our local issues, I remain dedicated to serving with integrity and transparency. I'm committed to continuing our forward momentum through teamwork and dedication. That sounds real cute. But what I want to say is that as a young individual, I always had an interest in government, politics. I wanted to be the president of the United States at some point in time. Short-lived that dream. I lived in this community my whole entire life. I've had the opportunity to work in other places, but I've always called Cambridge home. A couple of issues arose as a young child. We went to the city government at the time and practically was laughed at. At the point in time that I was able to run for office, I was excited, geared up to do so, went to file, and they said, you're 2 weeks too young. That was more motivation for me to continue forward. So at the point in time that I was able to run, I ran at that time, we won the election, and 4 years later, here we are again. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy Jackson, and I'm a lifetime resident of the city of Cambridge and the Second Ward. I inspire to help others, and in doing this transition, I've been made aware of a lot of need in our community. So I do from my heart, and thank you for inviting me.
Okay, the first question is for Spuddy. Why should voters cast their ballot for you?
Why should voters cast their ballot for me? Again, like I just mentioned in my introductory comments, that I have been a trusted and proven leader of this community. All throughout my life, I've always been a leader. I've always been someone who is not afraid to stand against the grain, not afraid to be the person to stand up and say what's right, what's wrong. Not just a person to speak, but a person to do, a person to actually not be afraid of faces, not be afraid of the risky outcomes, but more or less to just be able to do the work.
As a candidate for the Second Ward, I would do as the residents want. And I've been told when I do my door knocking that it has been an absence of that in their lives. So commitment and finding it a privilege to serve my community, which would also enlighten the city, would be an honor.
Can I go? Okay. Why should you vote for Jermaine Anderson? I feel like I am I said a spokesperson. I've always been a spokesperson for Cambridge. I'm honest, I'm true, I'm dedicated. I work very hard every day, and I want to be able to represent the city in a leadership position. Again, sort of piggybacking off of what Brother Spuddy just said, is that I'm a different candidate. I'm not your average person that will agree to any old thing. We want to see Cambridge change, and one of the things in order for it to change, we got to change who we are. We got to change our hearts. We got to change our mindsets. We got to change the way that we think and work as a team to move forward. But in order for us to get forward, that change starts within.
Hi, Shay. We don't want you to be left out. So the first question is, why should voters cast their ballot for you?
So first, I want to apologize for my tardiness. Our bus just got back from the Naval Academy. And so I am excited to be able to serve the city on another level. And on top of that, just being able to recognize the years of service that I've given to community while volunteering, working in the schools, working with different nonprofit organizations, and really being that grassroots person. So that is the reason.
Okay. The next question begins with Shay answering it, and it is, assess the performance of CWDI. If elected, would you keep CWDI the same, or what changes would you like to see?
That's a great question. So in terms of the performance of CWDI, I definitely believe that there has been moments where in which improvements could be made in terms of communication. I also do believe as the current vice president and the chair of the outreach and communications, that is definitely something that strategizing now to ensure at this next upcoming board meeting. One of the things that I am seeking to propose to the entire board is to allow community to sit on the communications and outreach committee in order to ensure that the community voice not only is heard in surveys, but continues to be present at the table as decisions are being made. And so other things would involve a stronger relationship with the city to be able to continue to keep them informed through the process, as well as the county and the state. Thank you.
I would ask me that question again.
Assess the performance of CWDI. If elected, would you keep CWDI the same, or what changes would you like to see?
From what I understand, the CWI is being run through the Dorchester County. So if they were to integrate the city in their process, I think that should be done. I think what is happening is something I need to do a little more research on. So I cannot honestly answer what I would do as a representative until I have more information.
CWI. So I think the role that they stepped into is a challenging role. I think the role that we accepted as a city to build the waterfront was a big role as well. So sort of like, you know, you lead from the front. So your experience is only as far as the individual could go. Communication is key, and I think we've learned that the communication with the leadership. I'm not sure if the leadership of that particular committee really understood what the ask was. And I think we need to clarify that. I believe that the city or county and the citizens should continue to engage this group in the matter of creating real relationships so that we can develop the #1 waterfront in, stop, okay.
I think that's a great question to ask. First and foremost, I would say thank you to the existing CWDI board and those who have a vested interest. I believe that they've done a good job getting us to this point. However, again, being a current commissioner, there were a number of issues, a number of concerns that we had, and it was to the point where we had to say, pause for a second. This is getting out of hand. We really need to bring this back in. We really need to ensure that we are being transparent to our community. We need to make sure that we are developing this project to reflect an inclusive and an open area of town for everybody that this community represents. I would say one of the biggest area of opportunities would be communication, would also be transparency. One of the things that I don't think we did a phenomenal job with was setting the proper expectations for our representatives and just make sure that they are representing us as a council, and to make sure that we are representing the entire city, not just my personal preferences or someone else's personal preferences, but the entire city as a whole.
Thank you. Nancy, you get the first answer on the next question, and it is, What are your goals for your ward and for the city if you are elected?
My goals for my ward is to have the ordinances put back in place where the residents of my ward, which is predominantly a lot of renters, where they are given safe and healthy residents. There should be inspections where these residents are able to live comfortably, and that's not being done in my ward. So that would be one of the goals that I want to see some of the ordinances put back in place, and to make the second ward and the community a better environment for all the residents.
Repeat that question again, please. Thank you.
Sure. What are your goals for your ward and for the city if you are elected?
Ward 2, I would like for you to, if I'm elected, I would like for you to hold my feet to the fire to make sure that I represent you, your goals, and your desires. I would want to see the city of Cambridge, my beloved community, to develop ideas and concepts how we continue to build and figure out how to work together. It's too many islands. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's too many islands. One group on this island, another group on that island. But I really believe we are a jewel of the Eastern Shore, and we need to dust ourselves off and become the real jewel. And no matter what walks of life you're from, you have something to contribute to the efforts of making this place the best that it can be. That's my goal.
Thank you. So when I'm elected in 14 days, my goal for this for Ward 4 is to allow it to be a good ward, right? I would say that Ward 4 is honestly a pretty good area. We don't have too many issues. We have a little problem here or there. There's minor crime. There's some housing issues for sure. Ward 4, there's a lot of youth in our area that whether they live there or they pass through to get to the schools, which just continue to make sure that that is a safe area. But holistically for the city, I really want to definitely continue to bridge the gap from our younger community. That was one of my biggest pet peeves and biggest topics when I ran the last time, bridging the gap from our youth to our community to make sure that they're heard, to make sure that their voices are heard. As I said before, where there is no youth, there is no growth. Where there is no older people, no seasoned people, there is a lack of wisdom. I won't say no wisdom, I'll say a lack, because you are, I believe, wise within your time. So just continue to be that bridge in our community for all people, specifically our young individuals. Thank you.
So if elected, some of the goals that I have for Ward 2 is increased communication and engagement. As an elected official, I'm only one person. There are community leaders in Ward 2, so engaging them in the process of civic engagement. Traffic and safety, that is a huge concern in Ward 2. Continuing to understand what the needs are to ensure that there's a flow of traffic that produce safe environment, not only for our youth, but for our aging population. Also, last but not least, the other key thing in Ward 2, we do have a tremendous issue when it comes to crime, and we have a lot of youth in Ward 2. So really being an advocate to see that there are youth opportunities in the community where they can either be employment opportunities or just additional recreational spaces for those youth to be able to occupy their time. Thank you.
The next question, I believe we start with Jermaine. It is, how do you plan to address economic growth for the city?
I think the economic growth for the city, I think one of the things we need to do is who we are. Who is Cambridge? What is Cambridge? What's our brand? What are we promoting? Are we looking at, so what's our competitive advantages? You hear that word used and threw around out there. I don't think we've identified what our competitive advantage is. I think we need to look at, what is it called? created the creative rural economy. How do you get people engaged in providing services that's needed? How do you take what we have already in place and how do we encourage the next business coming? How do we clean ourselves up to become attractive so that people want to come in from the outside to do business with us? So those are the kinds of things that I really think, and providing jobs and training opportunities for the youth and coming up with other creative programs to keep people engaged, get them engaged, but not only get them engaged, keep them engaged in the process.
The first thing I would say is to capitalize on our history. When you think of Cambridge, the first thing people say, "Oh, Harriet Tubman's birthplace." They often relate to the history of Cambridge. So really capitalizing on that, supporting the current economic drivers that exist, sustain them, engage them to build that strong partnership, do well with them, so that they will stay and so that they'll be able to express how great it is to. Whether it be own a business in Cambridge or start a business in Cambridge or develop workforce in Cambridge, and just really build on that. I believe that would help us in the area of the economic growth of the city.
Can you repeat the question again?
Certainly. How do you plan to address economic growth for the city?
So I think much of what has already been previously stated, to add to that, I think considering what are the economic drivers here in the city of Cambridge, when looking at the previous reports done by city government, education is one. City does not invest currently in the education system, but it's going to take strategic partnerships because we know the funding for education comes from the county. So strategic partnerships, also just continuing to add on to what Councilman Cephas said in terms of sustainability. We need jobs, but we also need to support the business that are here in order to ensure the sustainability of their businesses. So just being intentional to support the efforts that currently exist, and then really gleaming from the other commissioners and their expertise as it pertains to supporting and really understanding ways to drive the economic growth here.
I think partnership is a good beginning point, and also attraction. Coming down our major thoroughfares is a very bright atmosphere. So if you're coming down Washington Street or High Street, it's not an attractive area for any business would want to come here to operate. So we have to start from the beginning and make our city attractive enough to bring economic development to our community.
Okay, Spuddy. Our school system is rated the second worst in the state. Should the city find a way to get more involved in the school system? And if so, how?
Yes, 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 for the whole 2 minutes that I have to speak. I would say that the city should definitely be more involved in the school system. I personally have invested quite a bit of time. One of the great things that I was excited about when I switched employment back to the Cambridge area was that I was able to spend more time in the school system, as Shay Cisco spoke and said that the county funds the school district. I think that we should be able to partner with the county to be able to help fund initiatives. Also, I do believe that once we're in the school system, we can really find great talent to develop the young people as youth, so that as jobs come open, they can give back to their community, work in this community, and give back. That's one of the reasons that I do what I do. Is I feel forever indebted to this community, a community that raised me, that I grew up in and have lived my entire life. Long story short, yes, we should very much so invest in our school districts and be more involved as much as possible.
So, of course, this is really dear to my heart as I am a employee of Dorchester County Public Schools. But I definitely want to say that currently the city has the Portia Johnson internship, which is an opportunity for youth to actually work during the summertime. And so that's been something that the city has done to invest in the youth. I think volunteerism and partnerships, as was previously stated, is also a great way to engage or invest in the education system here. Job shadowing experiences. I've been in contact with a number of city employees of needs for students to get that job shadowing experience, and there is going to be continuous ongoing discussions as to how to make those opportunities available for students. And then I can't say again, volunteerism. It's easy to throw money at programs, but we really need consistent support as it pertains to available people to help. Thank you.
I think Dorchester County Board of Education has a new administrator. So in time, we will see the difference. Volunteering, like Ms. Cisco has suggested, would be a valuable opportunity. But I think the city involvement can only be from a volunteer aspect as opposed to getting and interfering in the Dorchester County Board of Education.
Okay, here he goes. Yes, I would like to see the engagement take place. But also, I think parents should have choice how to educate the kids. So I'm talking about homeschooling options. I'm talking about charter school options. I'm talking about different ways that we could take on the education, because we do have a problem, guys. We have a big problem when it comes to education. I tell you, my granddaughter's running around here somewhere. She's 9 years old, and that scares the devil out of me that the school system and even us as grown adults are not prepared for the advancement of these kids. If you're checking the kids out now, soon they come out the womb, they got the cell phones in their hand. That's not ordinary. So if we want to be extraordinary, we can't be ordinary. We got to do things different and give and think about the choices we make today. How is it going to affect 20 years down the road? I don't want to sit on the council to make a decision about now. I want to talk about the decisions we make today. How is it going to affect the kids down the road? And I think that's the leadership we should be elected. Absolutely.
Okay, the next question, Shay will take the first opportunity to answer. And the next question is, should a criminal record disqualify a person from serving as a commissioner or a mayor? And tell us why.
Ooh, that's a heavy one. So I was listening earlier to the various interviews, and I totally agree that this definitely should be something that's placed on the ballot for the community to vote in support or in opposition of. I personally do believe that everyone deserves another chance in terms of as far as if elected as a commissioner. I think if anything is going to be put in place, it definitely needs to be very specific in terms of what charges or what offenses would keep someone away from serving, and then the time frame of those offenses. So that's my thoughts as it pertains to that. Thank you.
I think the offense and whether the rehabilitation and the legal system would see that individual as being out of their jurisdiction or out of their leadership. Well, not on probation, but I don't think that should hinder a person from city elections or elections.
Crime, criminal. I think it's cardinal on who the person is, how much work they put into rehabilitation, really seeking forgiveness of whatever crime they commit. I think people can change over time. And I think that that they should have a chance if they are going to be productive and really be of help to change. It's just like if somebody that was on drugs is off of drugs, who makes the best counselor? Person that has that experience, right? And I think if we look at these kinds of things from a holistic approach, we can be able to make some really great decisions in making the decisions on who can run and who can't run from a holistic approach.
This is a great question. I too would have to agree that I think that that's something that should be put on the ballot for the people to weigh in on. But what I will say is the city charter specifically states that you can remove a person from office being convicted of a crime. So if we can remove a person for being convicted, I think that we should think about, should we be allowed to even reelect or elect that person specifically? I saw a story on social media earlier today where a 17-year-old man was in the judicial system, whereas he had done crime or whatever the case may be. But then 12 years or however many years later, he was then seated as a judge in the same community that he was a quote unquote a menace, as he stated. So I do believe that people can change, but it's a very, very much of a struggle point to me when you think about the partnerships and the relationships that you have to build, and some of the issues that Cambridge has faced. The trust of the people isn't really there. Some of the issues that we've had has made national news. Do we really want that to be the story and the outcome of Cambridge?
Thank you. Nancy, you get to answer the next question first. And that is, what is the best form of government for Cambridge? City manager or strong mayor, and why?
The city manager would be a strong leadership in the city of Cambridge. That person has the ability to oversee the entire employment of all the city employees, as opposed to the mayor being an elected official, which their jurisdiction has limitations. So I think the city manager and the mayor.
I think both roles are very important. And I think if we, again, my favorite word is holistic approach. If we look at it from a holistic approach, the city manager has the opportunity to develop the relationships with the city workers. So a really important relationship building mechanism is very important. Now, leadership from the front, the mayor and the council, it should be a partnership between both and an understanding how to maneuver and make the decisions that would be presented. I was a Tom Carroll fan. I think Tom came in. I think Tom was very aggressive. He found some things that were difficult and wrong. He challenged them, and we were unable to keep them. But I really believe that was a great step of city government, with the city manager being lead. Yes.
Speaking from experience of a current city commissioner, it is extremely difficult for a part-time person to manage the day-to-day operations of the city. So therefore, I am a strong supporter of the council manager form of government. There's plenty of times that there's things that need to be done. And, being a person that works a full-time job, it's hard to balance everything, but we make it happen. I look at some of our neighboring counties, whereas the mayor is executive and the council is legislative. Sometimes there's not a balance, whereas they can get things done. So I'm a supporter of the city manager, or the manager, council, weak mayor form of government. I don't like the idea at times that the mayor is largely ceremonial, but with some of the other powers, the veto power, and of course the collaborative work that should happen amongst the council and the mayor, we should be able to accomplish and get things done.
So I'll be very short. I ditto what everyone else has said. I am also in strong support of a city manager form of government as we currently have. I think as it pertains to as what many have already stated, a mayor, because the mayor is an elected position, does not have the time nor the capacity that the city manager has in order to continue to cultivate and manage the operations of the city. Thank you.
Okay, next question. How could code enforcement improve the overall housing quality in Cambridge? Jermaine?
I think more open inspections. I think another way to engage the community, and especially in neighborhoods that have challenging living conditions, is to find what do you call it, like community leaders, block captains that speak and help speak and bring things forward to the commission so that the code enforcement are fully aware of the things and the needs in the community. Just being more in getting people more engaged in that process being transparent, open, and honest, that we really do want to fix these issues. But the only way we're going to fix these issues is we need to hear from the folks that are going through. And I think also at the same time, code enforcement, what you do in one neighborhood, you should do in the other neighborhoods as well, so that it's 100% across the board transparent.
So the first thing I'll say in the area of code enforcement, I would say is accountability. We need to make sure that our code enforcement division is held accountable. Under that accountability piece, you have to have staff in order to hold anybody accountable. You can't hold a department with no staff members accountable. So having a fully staffed code enforcement department that is accountable, I believe would help fix and address some of the issues. Not a department that express favoritism or show favoritism, a department that will notice a problem, cite the problem, but also provide meaningful solutions. When you get pulled over, Maryland State Police gives you, to the right side of your ticket, some helpful hints and tips and how to get in contact and so forth and so on. They're not just saying, okay, you were speeding, here's your ticket, get out of here. No, they actually give you additional information. And then also ensure that our code enforcement department is non-biased. But with everything, we have to rebuild a better relationship with some of these citizens, because let's be honest, some of them have faced some challenges in the area of code enforcement that they feel, in a sense, targeted. So let's rebuild that and make it better.
So in the area of code enforcement, I feel like, we currently have code enforcement in place, but I think a great approach would be to strategically target those houses where renters are renting and they are living in conditions that houses should be condemned. So targeted approach, but also the partnership with the community engagement side of the city employment, the community engagement and housing the development department, the partnership, so that when this code enforcement officers go out to a homeowner or a property, that they're able to offer those additional supports or let them know what additional resources exist. And the last thing, I think that when we take this approach, not only if homeowners are not invested in fixing properties, really enforcing some form of penalty, some form of citation, to send the message with the support, of course.
Code enforcement is a essential part of city government, and experiencing code enforcement officers should be employed by the city. They have a job as an employee to keep the neighborhood safe. So code enforcement is very essential if it's properly done as in other jurisdictions.
Okay, Spuddy, here comes a long one. As you know, Cambridge has embarked on major sewer repairs. Over the next 3 years, plans call for another $7 million to complete the projects. Will you be committed to funding the full list of upgrades planned by the city engineering department?
Yes, I would definitively support these plans as set forth by the engineering department. I would also be a complete advocate for stronger partnerships with governmental officials. I actually spent some time on Thursday at the White House for a federal briefing with our Maryland Municipal League, where we learned about several opportunities for grants and other things that can help us in the area of sewer repairs, water, sewer, the whole 9 yards. I do believe that there's funds out there for just about everything. And if we really aggressively go after it, make those appropriate partnerships, we'll be able to have the money to fund these projects, but also keep in top of mind that the sewer and these repairs are of extreme importance to the city. And if we don't pay attention to it, it could really be devastation for the city. So yes, I would very much so support the sewer repairs as stated, and just make sure that we build strong partnerships to find the money to make Mr. Perry's job a whole lot easier when it's time to write a check.
So I don't know exactly the extent of the list for the sewer repairs. However, I trust the expertise that are on the that are within the engineering department, and so really understanding the priorities that they have set forth. And I know that from attending council meetings, there are many constituents in the city that comes before the council with complaints or issues as it pertains to their neighborhood. So really making sure that in alignment with what the engineering has identified, that the constituents of the city also making sure that it's aligned, or making sure that their concerns are heard and they are on that priority list as well. So I would stand in support of what they currently have in place.
I actually concur. If there's a sewer, in which we know there is a sewer issue, so I would be in total support of funding for this problem.
I definitely support the sewer situation being improved. I would suggest that maybe looking at other alternative ways, but trusting the subject matter experts as they are suggesting these are the ways that we need to go to fix the issues. Again, once we fix it, be looking down the road to see how it's going to affect the next generations. Are we really moving in the right direction on spending this $7 million? So, but let's look forward to see what else is it going to, how is it going to help mitigate any other further issues, and then adopting a budget looking at the mitigation of the potential issues that are coming to set seed money aside for other things moving forward, so we're not caught with our pants down needing $7 million tomorrow again.
Thank you. Shay, you'll go first answering this question. What do you think are the key contributing elements to crime in Cambridge, and how do you plan to address them?
So I think some of the key critical elements are really understanding why crime continues to perpetuate in the city. And that may not be a simple answer. But however, I do believe that what the Cambridge Police Department and Chief Todd has in place, supporting their efforts, and the juvenile curfew that has been put in place, also continuing to support that, as well as continuing to understand from the community how, as a city, can we support to try to curb the issue of crime. Thank you.
I think trying to find an answer to why this is happening may start with a little more than detaining individuals. There's something deep, where this person is committing these acts. It could be the home life, or it could be the environment, but it's a big issue. So yes, I think we should have resolutions to solve it. And if elected, I would work on any committee or with any individuals to help resolve some of the problems that exist in our community.
So when we talk about crime in the city of Cambridge, we just did not get here. So these are problems that's been existing for quite a long time. And so again, I go back to my favorite word, holistic approach. How do we deal with these things? How do we deal with these issues? It's not going to be a quick fix. It's been projected that things are going to get worse as time goes. So the matter of the heart, again, folks do things out of desperation, need, so on and so forth. So you have to address it based on those particular issues in a way to find resolutions and resolves, and not being so reactive, but being in front of it again, being proactive in how to get a hold of it. And it's going to take communication. It's going to take teamwork. It's going to take a lot of probably grant money, philanthropy money, all of these different kinds of things to protect our beautiful community and the city of Cambridge. Crime is a major, major issue for us to be so small, 13,000 people.
So the first thing I would say is we have to support our police department. We have to strengthen our community policing division to ensure that our police officers know the community. I'll tell a 2-second story. I work in banking. There was an institution of a small bank rather than a small city. There was a gentleman who walked in to rob the bank. The tellers literally looked at him, called him by name and said, "Not today," by name. He turned around and walked out. So imagine how defeated he felt attempting to rob a bank, and the people knew who he was and told him not today. So if our officers knew our community better, spent more time, I believe that would help curb some of that crime. Also to attract local and diverse talent. Let's get into the school systems. Let's do some sort of apprenticeship program. Let's do a cadet program to get some of these young people before they get out into the community and do wrong things or do bad things. And I would say ensuring that we're being very transparent with what happens and being knowledgeable of what's going on in our community.
Thank you. So Nancy, you get the first answer. What do you see as the greatest threats and the greatest opportunities facing our city today?
Our greatest threats and our greatest opportunities. Our greatest threats as elected officials is not doing everything we can to make our wards, our citizens safe and prosperous. If that means stepping up and doing the extra mile for a ward, which would in turn help the entire city economically, that would be our greatest fear. Our rewards is for all of us to, as a city, prosper and achieve.
I think one of going to be super transparent with this one. I think my biggest fear for the city is that we stay unprepared. We don't really understand each other. So it's quicker to go to the left than the right to find the straight and narrow, the real communication that's needed. So I'm afraid that we will be in the way. But the biggest opportunity is, imagine if we get out our own way. Think about the opportunity that would pose for this city. If we could get out of our own way, communicate, talk, move forward, drive, find common ground that makes sense, and focus on the positive instead of the negatives, how much of a difference that would make.
I believe, and I'll tie them both together, threats and greatest opportunity would be not being unified. Cambridge is too small to not be unified. It really shouldn't still be that section over here versus this section, black section versus white section, that rich section versus poor section that should not still exist. I would also say we have a great opportunity of being let's become more proactive versus reactive. I would also say that if we could find a solution to bind us together with cords that couldn't be broken, would help us out. And then also being open with communication and extremely transparent would really help us move forward on many facets.
So I would say our greatest threats is the division, the decisiveness, the lack of compassion and lack of understanding, which yields greater opportunities for recognizing the talent, the history, recognizing when there's increased collaboration and communication, then we can actually start sharing some of the resources and not really going after additional, but really maximizing the benefit of going after the larger than the small sums of things that we go after in terms of dollars, in terms of different collaborations, but really understanding that when we really highlight the talent, the history, and increase the communication and collaboration, there's a unique opportunity to continue to see our community thrive. Thank you.
And the next question, we'll start with Jermaine. What is your position on building a new YMCA at the Cambridge Harbor location, and why?
I love the YMCA. I have nothing against the YMCA, but a waterfront development, to me, that doesn't make sense of being the location for them to go. Just doesn't make economic sense, in a sense, for what we need economically to attract. That's not a good fit. But I think we should spend money on a newer facility for them, just not the waterfront location.
I certainly would agree with Mr. Anderson. I do believe that we need a new YMCA. I do believe that we need a more up-to-date YMCA, but I also believe that we need a YMCA that would encourage everybody to come to the YMCA. I believe that we could put the YMCA somewhere more central in town so that it's not completely away from some of the underserved areas and population, that it's not too far away from some of the older individuals that may not have transportation. But I believe having it in a central location would be conducive to this community. I do not believe that the YMCA should go to the waterfront for economic reasons. It's a $25 million building that's going to drive absolutely zero tax revenue. If that be the case, that we want to put a YMCA at the waterfront, then let's find some churches that want to uproot at the waterfront. Let's find some other nonprofit organizations that want to go to the waterfront. If we want to allow a nonprofit organization that's going to drive zero revenue dollars from a tax perspective, then we need to open it up. I also, long story short, do not believe it would bring unity to this community, but would bring more of a division from certain areas of the community, as they will not be welcomed in necessarily that part of town, respectfully said.
So this is a great question, and I'll speak from a personal perspective. I do not and would not support the YMCA going to the Cambridge Harbor, even as a current board member, vice president of the board. And I have several reasons, but I guess the one that I would like to highlight today is that at every turn, the communications that came from the YMCA were never in conjunction or in collaboration with the current CWDI board, which made and led the community to believe that there were undercut deals happening that were not happening. And so from a personal perspective, I would not support the YMCA going to the Cambridge waterfront development.
Well, I understand that the YMCA is not going to the waterfront development. So I think if they wanted a new building, their funding that they would take care of themselves would be their responsibility and their obligation. But if I'm wrong about them not wanting to go there, I don't think that the Y should be at the waterfront. In another area of the community what serves, which would be great, but not at the waterfront. Thank you.
Okay, Spuddy, what is your position on spending $20 million on converting the Hearn Building to low-cost housing?
You said low, repeat that question again, just to make sure I get the verbiage
Sure.
correct.
What is your position on spending $20 million on converting the Hearn Building to low-cost housing?
Low-cost housing, I would say that I have been supportive of the redevelopment of the Hearn Building for one simple reason: it's an eyesore. But two, when you think about low-cost housing, I'll say I would rather shift that wording to workforce housing. When you think about what we were paying our police officers, $40,000-$50,000 a year, if that, can they truly afford a $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 house? When we pay our teachers, well, officers were making $30,000 to $40,000 a year. They've gotten significant raises under our administration. But when you think about what we pay our teachers, when you think about the average working person, can they truly afford that? And why is it fair and appropriate only to say that these type of people, that law enforcement, teachers, other individuals that may make less money, why is it fair to say that they can only live in certain parts of town? They should have the same opportunity if there is an opportunity to live in our downtown district, and not seclude them to only certain areas of town.
So I can't speak exactly as it pertains to the investment, but I do believe that the Heron Building definitely needs to be revitalized. I also will say, as it pertains to low-cost housing, it was my understanding that it was going to be workforce housing. So for me, I would definitely need to have a greater clarity around what the purpose of the project would be, to say what amount of what I would support. So thank you.
If the developer was seeking funds from the Department of Housing, it's tax credit, and they have a component where you have to put in a certain medium level. So it's not considered low housing. It's basically the income level for whatever is specific in that grant. So I don't have a problem with tax credit or housing for people that can't afford to live elsewhere and they have the income. That's fine. But the other parts of the apartments, from what I understand, would have been market rate. So that development's not going to happen from what I understand. So thank you.
$20 million, I think it's money well spent. I can say, me and my partner Adrian was one of the ones that saved the Hearn when they wanted to rip it down years ago. Like I said, I've been engaged in the community for a long time. But I think we throw these words and terminologies around and really are not educated on what they mean when we talk about low-income housing. Low-income scares the heck out of a whole lot of people. I understand that. But at the same time, if we educate what we can do with what that means and what's needed in this city, if housing is an important thing that's needed in this city, we need to address it. I feel like, I'm just throwing it out here now, I think we need to go back to the comprehensive plan and get some concrete stuff put in the comprehensive plan like we did 10 years ago, so that we drive the city forward, so that we're not having some of these difficult conversations at this particular time. But let's get smart and do our research, and so that we're using the words in the correct manner and what it means. So low income could oh, sorry.
Okay, the first person to answer this question will be Shay. And the question is, how would you help to improve relations among the different racial communities in Cambridge?
That's a great question. I think the intentionality to have the conversations to really lean into the fact that these divisions, they still exist. I think the other thing is intentionally understanding, instead of booking events the same day for different parts of the community, being more intentional as a council to really pay attention to the dates, so that Ray Street and Pine Street are not having events the exact same day, but actually taking and being intentional to say, this is happening on this day. We want to see the neighboring communities to come over and intermingle with one another. And so I think that that's a great starting place. Outside of that, I think, again, it's an opportunity to really increase cultural sensitivity. We don't know what we don't know. And so until we get to the place where we can be transparent to really lean into that this still exists, we will not grow as a community. Thank you.
I'm a candidate for the second ward, and I have to honestly say that that is one diverse ward. I have been knocking on doors in communities where, like I said before, it's a high population of renters, but it's also homeowners. So it is, I tell you, a diverse community. So in my community, there is no challenge with races. There is a strong population of diversity in the second ward.
Yes. My suggestion, again, is common ground, holistic approach on how we begin to find common grounds to one of the things that we did for years is that we threw art into conversations, and those conversations spent into race relationships because art was a common ground to begin conversation. We do have to face the giant in the room, and I believe once we do, or as we do, no matter how we do it, that it is a step in the right direction in order for us to be that diamond that we dust off. Harriet is home facing the same things, the same situations. So I'm not going to run from the race situation. Yeah, it's very much alive still today, our divide.
I would say, first and foremost, being intentional. To Shay Cisco's point, I would say that I was not afraid to stand up to my council members and to CWDI and say, hey, this board does not reflect this community. And so I pushed for diversity on that board, not specific to race, not specific to gender, not specific to anything, just we need complete diversity on this board. I was not afraid to stand up and say that. I would also say I am a person that encourage, not just for myself personally, but for anybody, do not be afraid to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table. Even if it's a 1-seat table, let's find a chair to make sure that everybody has a seat at that table. And I am not afraid to stand against and to be the only one to do so, but just to be very intentional about creating diversity and also standing behind it.
Okay, thank you all very much for very thoughtful answers. We'll start our closing with Nancy.
Thank you. If elected, I would find it an honor and a privilege to serve the second ward. I've been a resident of this ward for basically my entire life. So my commitment is more to the individuals in the district, in my ward, and in the city. So vote Nancy Jackson, October 19th, for second ward commissioner. Thank you.
Yes, in closing, I just thank you guys for allowing me the opportunity to sit before you to even make a decision to even run. I appreciate my my foundation that I came up in. I could throw some names out there. I don't think many of you even know the kind of coaching that I went under for over 20 years ago. Miss the beloved Queen Mother Portia Johnson Andals, Octavine Saunders that are not here. As when I was young, getting engaged in here, I want to see more young people get engaged in civic duty. I think that's a great program the city could and the county could form. If I'm elected, I will go to work just like I get up every day and go to work for the city of Cambridge today. But my commitment to this city is one of conviction that I want us to do better. I want us to be better. I want us to be, in fact, great. And we had the opportunity to do so. Again, if we learn how to get out of our own way and open up dialogue and communication, real cleaning that heart out, making real sound decisions, coming up with strategies that make sense, strategic strategies that make sense, identify who we are, create programs for the youth to get those youth engaged, take care of our elderly population, take care of our housing needs. It's so much. So do I think I have the answer? I think I am a footstep in the right direction. Yes, I do. Thank you.
Definitely want to thank you all for the great questions that you all have asked. I would just say, again, as your current fourth ward city commissioner, one who brought the youth internship to Cambridge, one who's been a liaison on the police advisory council for probably 8, if not longer years, one who served as a council chair pro tem, one who has supported the public safety efforts and around the compensation, one who endorsed diversity on the CWDI board, one who's represented the city of Cambridge, not just in our of course local community, but also with our state league. I have the proud opportunity of serving as the president of ESAM, which is Eastern Shore Association of Municipalities, representing every municipality on the Eastern Shore. Also as your District 1 vice president for Maryland Municipal League. I've had the opportunity serving on the national level with the National League of Cities. The list goes on and on and on and on. I do not like talking about myself because it's never about me, but it's about what this community needs and what we can do. And if I'm the voice that this community chooses to elect on October the 19th, I plan and I commit to do exactly that. When I got elected 4 years ago, I said I don't have a whole laundry list of things I'm going to do, things I'm not going to do. But what I will say and I will commit is that I am here to serve. And I do believe that I'm here to serve. Won't go into the full story of it, but I had to make a very crucial decision. Do I have full-time employment or do I serve the city? Let's think about that. You all know what the city commissioners make in the city of Cambridge. I have a really great job with a good pay. If I had to make a decision, which one was I going to pick? I stood firmly and said, I'll serve this community. So again, October the 19th, I would ask you all to help support a brighter future for the city of Cambridge with your vote, Spuddy Cephas, on October the 19th.
Wow, I could run down and talk about all of the qualifications that I have. But what I will say is that I'm not a politician. I commend each of my opponents that have stepped up and say, hey, we don't want to continue to sit on the sidelines and complain, but we want to be a part of the solution. I also want to stop and say thank you to WACP, the Star Democrat, Can, the SPY, the intergenerational staff that's hosted this event. But what I will say in closing is that I don't make a promise. I don't make promises as an elected, if elected as the person to serve as Ward 2 commissioner. Because what I do know when it comes to serving is that it takes the community. It takes all of us. I'm only going to be, or whoever is elected is only going to be one voice at the in the decision-making process. Is going to take more than just Ward 2 in order to move things in the city. And so I would say I'm going to continue to serve. This is what I've done. My whole life is embodiment of serving and educating, not just myself to be smart, but to educate our community, to engage our community. And so I ask for your support on October 19th. Vote Shay Lloyd Cisco for your next commissioner. And again, thank you for this time.
Before we say our thank yous, I have a couple of announcements to make. One is that we had 3 people who were unable to come today. We had Jenna LeComte from Ward 2, Dave Cannon from Ward 4, and Frank Stout from Ward 3. WHCP is going to follow up with them to explore possibilities to have them discuss the questions that we heard today, and we offered an alternative video feed for them to participate, but they weren't able to. Um, Let me also say that the election is on the 19th. It is not on the same day as the national election, and the election place is on the corner of Race Street and Muir in what old timers know as the hardware store, and for young folks, it's an event center now. Okay. I also would like to refer you to the League of Women Voters Voters Guide. You can pick up your copy on the back table. This is for the general election, and many people go through, they highlight the candidates that they want to choose so they can zip right through the polls. You can look at any questions that are up for a vote, and you can decide how you want to vote on those. So please pick up your voter's guide and take one home to your friends. So now I would like to thank our candidates for coming in today and for your carefully thought out answers. I think they owe a round of applause for their participation. Thank you so much. And I would especially like to thank our esteemed and distinguished panel of journalists. We have Brian Anthony from the Spy. We have Sharon Smith from Cannes. We have Jim Johnson from the Star Democrat, and we have Jim Brady from WHCP. And behind the scenes, we have the folks who are live streaming this right now on YouTube and Facebook. So we will reach a much broader audience, and we thank them for all of their participation. Thank all of you for coming out today. You're good citizens, you're great citizens, and you care about our community. And that's so important. Thank you.